Welcome, villagers, to the village hidden in the stories. I'm your guide, All Kage, the creator and author behind all the what-if stories you see on this channel, powered by your amazing suggestions. Every story you hear is written, edited, and produced by me, so if you're ever wondering who's behind the magic, it's me. I hope you enjoy today's video. If you're new here, make sure to subscribe, hit the bell icon to stay updated, like the video, and don't forget to drop your what-if ideas in the comments. Today's story is the movie for What If Naruto Was in Ben 10. All I can really say is, wish this FIC was longer. We only really got up to the third episode. And even then we took too long. Naruto's character was okay. I feel like this story could go a lot of ways, and I didn't know what to pick. Now, without further ado, let's jump into this what if. Red. That's all he could see. It clung to him, dripping from his golden blonde hair in thick streaks, pooling in the folds of his orange and blue jumpsuit. It smeared across tan skin marked by 3 distinct whisker-like lines on each cheek, a strange birthmark he'd never fully understood. His fists were clenched, arms shaking, but he didn't move. Couldn't. The forest around him was dead silent. Snow drifted down in slow, heavy flakes, blanketing the blood-stained ground in a quiet shroud. The moon was veiled behind gray clouds, casting a dim, silver glow over the clearing. He stood alone, barely 13 years old, though the weight in his eyes made him seem older. Shorter than most his age, thinner too, but his presence felt heavier than the air around him. His body was bruised, bloodied, but it was his soul that felt shattered. He stared down. At him. Jiraiya. The man was still, unnaturally so. White hair splayed out like frost across the snow. His large frame lay broken in a heap of torn red cloth and battered armor. The headband with the kanji for oil was crooked on his forehead, eyes half-lidded, lips parted mid-breath that would never come. He had been powerful, larger than life. A Sannin. A legend, but to Naruto, he was something more. His master, his teacher, his godfather, the man who pulled him from loneliness and believed in the boy no one else would. The man who stayed. And now. Gone. Naruto's throat tightened. His breath came in uneven clouds, each one thinner than the last. His feet felt rooted in place, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. No, he whispered, voice cracking. The masked figures in front of him blurred at the edges of his vision. He didn't care who they were anymore. Didn't care what they wanted. All that mattered was the blood in the snow, the silence that Jiraiya left behind. He was Naruto Uzumaki, a loudmouth, a fighter. A beacon of reckless hope in the village hidden in the leaves. Or, he had been, now, standing in that frozen clearing with the man who raised him lying dead at his feet. He didn't know who he was anymore. He had brought Sasuke back to the village, kept his promise to Sakura. Done everything they'd asked of him. And still, he was here. Alone. The wind picked up, scattering snow across Jiraiya's body like the world was trying to bury the moment. Naruto didn't move, didn't wipe the blood from his face. Not yet. The only warmth left was the quiet thrum of something ancient burning in his chest. A pulse, the fox's power, coiled tightly inside him, waiting, watching. And slowly, something shifted in his gaze. A flicker of resolve through the storm of grief. He would survive this. But he would never be the same. Naruto's eyes finally lifted from Jiraiya's lifeless form. The 2 figures standing across from him hadn't moved. They'd let him grieve, how thoughtful of them. Or maybe they were just savoring the pain they'd caused. Either way, their presence filled the snow-covered clearing with something poisonous. His jaw tightened. Black cloaks, red clouds, Akatsuki. The very ones Jiraiya had warned him about. The same symbols worn by Itachi Uchiha during their first terrifying encounter. But this wasn't Itachi. These weren't legends, these were murderers. And Naruto wanted them dead. His gaze fell on the one who spoke, a man with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, a twisted grin stretching across his face. His hands were wrapped in loose cloth, though even now, faint shapes of mouths pulsed beneath them. The boy had once called him weird, dismissively so. But that was before, that was when he still had someone watching his back. "Are you done now, kid?" the man asked, voice cocky and venomous. Naruto said nothing, he didn't flinch, he didn't blink. "Seriously, you're just standing there, it's annoying," the blonde added, rolling his neck with a loud pop as if the tension bored him. Still, Naruto remained silent. The other one shifted, a hulking figure hunched inside a cloak, dark reddish dreadlocks poking out from beneath his hood. His voice, when it came, was mechanical and cold, layered with subtle distortion. "What should we do with him, Sasori? We've already killed the old man, should we take the brat in, or just end it here?" Sasori, half shadowed by his cloak, didn't speak at first. The air around him was different, still, but sharp, like needles just beneath the surface. His head tilted slightly, eyes unreadable behind the gloom of his hood. Naruto's muscles coiled, his hands twitched at his sides, barely perceptible, as if his body was already reacting before his mind could stop it. He studied them, weight, spacing, possible openings. His eyes didn't miss a single detail. The grief in his chest hadn't gone anywhere. It throbbed like a second heartbeat. He didn't speak, didn't rise to their bait. Instead, he measured every breath they took. The clearing was still. Snow fell in heavy silence, coating Jiraiya's body like a shroud. The blonde Akatsuki grinned wider. "Heh, can't even speak, maybe the pervy old man wasn't that impressive after all, if that's all it took to break you, pathetic," Sasori added, his voice like grinding steel. "I expected more from the kid Jiraiya trained, guess the toad sage died for nothing." Something snapped. Not anger, not grief, something deeper. Naruto's head tilted down, shadow casting over his eyes. His fists clenched, not with rage, but resolve. He didn't scream, he didn't warn them. He just breathed in. And the world tilted. A pulse of energy rippled from his body, blowing the snow back in a perfect ring. The air thickened, humming with pressure as the chakra around him ignited into a fiery red storm. But this wasn't the usual flare of the fox's influence. This wasn't the bubbling, unstable rage of a Jinchuriki pushed to the edge, this was different, controlled, focused, cold. It wasn't just the nine tails power he had drawn, it was all of it, every last drop. His hands trembled from the weight of it, but his expression didn't change. His eyes glowed gold, pupils slitted, his aura twisted unnaturally, laced with something alien. It felt like the fox, but more, as if his chakra had changed too. As if he wasn't just human anymore. Naruto barely noticed, he didn't care. There was only the fight. With a blur, he vanished. The blonde Akatsuki's grin hadn't even finished fading when Naruto's foot crashed into his chest, launching him back like a missile. Sasori raised a hand to react, too late. A second kick smashed across his jaw, sending him tumbling through the air like a broken puppet. They hadn't even hit the ground before Naruto was already above them, twisting mid-air. Two palms, glowing with red energy, slammed into their backs, forcing them into the snow with twin shockwaves that cracked the frozen ground. Sasori's cloak ripped as he skidded across the clearing. Chunks of dirt and snow exploding in his wake. The blonde hit a tree hard enough to bend it in half. They struggled up. Naruto didn't give them the chance. He landed in front of the blonde first, fist already moving. A single punch to the gut folded the man forward, then Naruto spun, elbowed him in the face, and drove his knee into his chest. Bones cracked, another punch hurled him away. Sasori tried to intercept, his arm clicking open to reveal hidden weapons, but Naruto was faster. He ducked under the strike, stepped in close, and hit him with a shoulder so powerful the puppet master's body shattered through a boulder behind him. Splinters of rock rained down like hail. They were outmatched, completely. This wasn't the reckless boy they had expected, this was something else. Something cold. Something devastating. Naruto didn't gloat, didn't speak. He stood over them, his chakra still burning wild and brilliant, like a storm wearing human skin. His breath came slow, but steady, the glow in his eyes didn't fade. And for the first time in his life, he realized, the fox wasn't fighting him. The power was his. And something about him had changed. Permanently. The snow had stopped falling. Only silence remained now, broken trees, scorched earth, the blood of a master who had given everything for a broken world. Naruto stood in the center of it all. Steam rising off his shoulders, golden eyes dimming as the power around him began to settle. He'd won. But he didn't feel like he had. He looked down at his hands. Still trembling. Not from pain, but from uncertainty. What now, he thought. He had survived, but for what? To keep running, to go back? No. The answer came sharper than expected. He was done with the leaf, that place had never truly been his home, not really. Not when it whispered behind his back, not when it looked away when he bled, not when it needed him but never loved him. He'd stayed because of Jiraiya, because of his promise, because of hope. But now? Now there was no one left waiting for him there. His promise to Sakura was fulfilled, Sasuke was back, Konoha had its heir, and Naruto had nothing left to prove to that village. He stepped forward. Away from the blood, away from the corpses, away from the past. And never looked back. Days passed, then weeks, he traveled alone, through forests, over mountains, across oceans. The winds of the shinobi world whispered behind him, but he ignored them all. One night, without ceremony, he stopped on a cliffside and looked down at the headband in his hand. The symbol of a village that had marked his every step. That had asked for everything and given nothing in return. He ran his thumb over the scratched metal, then tossed it. The headband disappeared into the waves below. Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of the hidden leaf, died in that moment. And something else was born. Beyond the great nations, past the lands charted on any shinobi map, there were other continents, other peoples. Entire societies that had never heard the words chakra or ninja. Places that saw no Jinchuriki, no 5 Kage, no clan wars. Places untouched by the legacy of shinobi. Naruto drifted there, not running, just searching. Not hiding, but no longer seeking recognition either. It was strange at first, being in a world that didn't know who he was. That didn't care what monsters he'd fought, what power he held, or who he had once been. But in that anonymity, he found something like peace. Eventually, in one quiet town, he found a family, not of blood, but of choice. People who offered him a place to rest. A place to stop drifting. They didn't know about the 9 tails, but eventually he opened up about his past, and for the first time, he didn't feel like a weapon. He felt human. Time skip, 3 years. Bellwood was hot, still, bright, and humming with the familiar sounds of early summer. Sprinklers clicked in lazy rhythm somewhere down the street, a lawnmower buzzed faintly in the distance, and cicadas hummed like static beneath the sun. Sunlight painted everything in gold and glare, stretching over the narrow streets and cookie-cutter houses. It washed over one vehicle in particular. The RV was massive. Its frame was squared off and sun-worn. The paint faded to a dull off-white, with streaks of orange that had long since peeled. Rust crept along the corners like old scars. The rust bucket was still living up to its name, if barely. But the way it sat, slightly elevated, weight shifting softly on reinforced tires, and the faint, almost too smooth hum of the engine told a different story. There was more to the old thing than its age let on. Inside, a girl sat in the passenger seat, legs crossed, arms folded, phone in hand. She wasn't talking. She hadn't been for the last 5 minutes. Gwen Tennyson, 15, honors student, quick-witted, stubborn, smarter than most people twice her age, and very aware of it. She had her red hair pulled back in a sharp ponytail. Her skin held the warm tone of someone used to long hours outside, a small hourglass figure, not over-exaggerated, but clearly visible. Her green eyes focused sharply on her phone, but clearly distant. Her outfit was clean and structured, white dress shirt under a navy sweater, black leggings, and comfortable shoes. It wasn't flashy. Just presentable. She always made a point to look like she had everything together, even if she didn't always feel like it. She let out a quiet sigh and locked her phone, glancing up at the dashboard clock. He's late. Typical Grandpa Max, she knew the old man well enough by now, if he wasn't on time. It was because he got sidetracked. Which usually meant a diner, a salvage yard, or some overly long conversation with a stranger. She adjusted slightly in her seat, eyes drifting out the window. They were supposed to pick someone up today, someone she hadn't seen in years. Ben. Her cousin. The last time she saw him, he was just a mouthy little kid with too much energy and not enough filter. And now, well, it had been 3 years, people changed, right? Gwen leaned back, squinting into the bright sky. Please don't let him still be a total dork, she muttered under her breath. She didn't know yet, Ben had changed, but this summer wasn't going to be anything like the one she had expected. The rust bucket's side door creaked open with its usual tired groan, letting in a burst of sunlight and warm summer air. Gwen didn't look up, not at first. The laughter coming in told her enough. She could recognize that voice anywhere. Ben. And then came the second voice, louder, older, steadier. Grandpa Max. His presence was comforting in a way that almost made her forget the cramped heat of the motorhome, almost. She stayed where she was, fingers idly scrolling on her phone as the two approached. From the corner of her eye, she watched them enter. Max first, in his usual loud floral shirt, khaki shorts, and those ratty old sandals. Despite the gray in his hair and the wrinkles around his eyes, he still carried himself like someone who could take on the world. Or at least whatever this summer road trip had in store. Ben followed closely behind. He looked older. Taller, his hair was still a mess, his skin slightly tanned, probably from soccer or whatever else boys his age did to pass the time. His jacket was different, sleeker, black with green accents, and he walked like someone who had grown up just enough to think he knew more than he did. She still saw the kid he used to be, the one who once thought eating worms was a valid dare. They hadn't noticed her yet. "This is gonna be awesome, Grandpa," Ben said, practically bouncing on his heels. "A real road trip, just you, me, and," he froze. His eyes locked on her. Gwen raised her eyes slowly and gave a half-hearted wave, letting her expression stay neutral. "Let's get this over with." Ben blinked, stunned. "Wait, what's she doing here?" The words hit her like a light slap. She knew it wasn't meant to hurt, but it still did. "Really, that's your first reaction?" She felt the familiar walls start to go up, folding her arms slowly and leaning back against the bench seat. "Missed you too, Ben," she muttered, her tone clipped. Ben scrambled. "No, I just meant, like, I didn't think you'd want to come on a trip like this." Gwen arched an eyebrow. "What, because I'm not into sleeping in the woods and eating canned chili?" He opened his mouth, closed it, tried again. "I just didn't expect it, that's all." Her stare lingered a moment longer before she looked out the window, trying to keep the disappointment off her face. "Figures, it's been 3 years and I'm still a surprise to him." She spoke without looking at him. "Relax, I'm not here to ruin your summer." Ben winced. "That's not what but she was already tuning him out. Not completely. Just enough to keep her guard up. She didn't need a repeat of old fights. Max, now in the driver's seat, called back casually, "Your folks thought it'd be good for you, Gwen. Said you've been hitting the books too hard lately." Figured some time away from the city would do you good, like when you were 10. Gwen didn't answer right away. Her throat felt tight. They thought I needed a break. She loved her parents, but she wished they'd asked what kind of break she wanted. Ben sighed and leaned forward. Okay, I guess that's fine, just thought it'd be us 3 this year. Since a certain someone's been too busy to tag along lately. Max chuckled, he made time, we're picking him up next. That caught Gwen's attention. Her gaze flicked up, wait, he? Max nodded, nonchalant, Ben's brother, he's joining us this time. Gwen blinked, Ben's what? Ben grinned, adopted brother, long story, he's kind of amazing, honestly, you'll see. Gwen blinked again, processing, since when did Ben have a brother? And how had she never heard about it? You've never mentioned him before, she said cautiously. Ben shrugged, he's not really the spotlight type, but he's smart, way smarter than me, well, maybe not smarter, but he's way more grounded, you know? Strong, calm, cool, doesn't blow up over everything. So, the opposite of you, Gwen thought, but didn't say. She leaned her chin in her hand, watching him carefully now. Ben didn't talk about people like this, certainly not with this kind of respect, it was weird. Well, she said slowly, if you think he's that great, I guess he must be. Then, almost playfully, she added, I just hope he's not like you. Ben bristled, what's that supposed to mean? She didn't answer. Just smirked, eyes flicking back to her phone. He muttered something under his breath, but didn't push the argument. And Gwen leaned back, her thoughts drifting to this mysterious older brother. Adopted, just a year older, cool-headed, strong, no spotlight, and apparently close enough to Ben to reshape how he thinks. She wasn't sure how to feel about that. Guess we'll see if he lives up to the hype. After a while, the rust bucket rumbled to a slow stop, brakes squealing faintly as it pulled into a circular drive. The heavy gates behind them had only just creaked shut, sealing off the pristine college grounds from the rest of Bellwood like some secret garden of intellect and privilege. Gwen stepped down from the RV, her boots landing softly on the clean cobblestone walk. She blinked. Wait, is this Western Highlands? She asked, brows pinching. The Western Highlands, the Accelerated Collegiate Academy? Max gave a simple nod, place hasn't changed a bit. Ben hopped out next, completely unfazed. Yeah, this is where Naruto's been since last year. Gwen turned, staring at the ivy-covered main building in the distance, her mouth slightly parted. I thought this school only took top-tier grad students. Like, postgrad students. Ben shrugged, he passed their entrance exam at 13. Got full clearance for multiple programs. Wait, what? Max chuckled, graduated high school and cleared most of his college curriculum in under 2 years, it's not exactly common. Gwen turned slowly to face them, still trying to process it. You're telling me the mystery adopted brother you kept talking about has been quietly earning degrees since he was 14? You'll see, Ben said, grinning. Naruto's just different. And then, as if summoned by the weight of their words, he appeared. A young man stepped out from the dorm building entrance, one arm hooked under a small cardboard box filled with notebooks, books, and what looked like a tangled charger cable. He moved with a casual smoothness, like he was used to being overlooked. But couldn't hide if he tried. He wore a sleek black and white hoodie with subtle orange accents that curved around the shoulders and cuffs, paired with fitted black pants and worn-in sneakers. His hair was long, longer than Gwen expected, spiked wildly in every direction, though one side was pushed up out of his face, revealing a piercing blue eye. The other half of his hair fell just enough to partially hide the other, only letting the faint outline of his whisker-like marks show through. Gwen stared. Okay, this was Naruto? She'd imagined someone awkward, maybe a dropout with weird hobbies and a grudge against responsibility. Someone who didn't quite click with Ben or anyone else, but this. He looked like someone carved out of quiet storms and unfinished stories. And he was good-looking. Really good-looking. Gwen forced herself to blink when Naruto finally reached them. "Yo," he said casually, eyes landing on Ben first. His voice was low and even, with a warm scratch to it. Ben's face lit up. "Took you long enough." "I wasn't gonna sprint down the hall with a box of wires, man," Naruto replied, nudging Ben's shoulder with his own as he set the box down at the back of the motorhome. The two shared a quick fist bump, subtle, but clearly familiar, and Gwen watched as the tension in Ben's shoulders practically vanished in his presence. The energy shifted, like Ben just stood taller around him. That was weird. Naruto turned then, looking at her for the first time. His gaze wasn't sharp, just calmly curious, as if he was trying to figure out if she was who he thought she was. One brow rose slightly. "Gwen?" She hesitated for half a second longer than she meant to. "Yeah," she said quickly, straightening. "Nice to meet you, finally. I've heard a lot. Good things, I hope." There was a faint tug at the corner of his mouth, not quite a smirk. Dry, but polite. She wasn't sure why her heart skipped. Before she could think of a response, he turned and helped Max slide the box into the storage space, chatting a bit with him about where they'd be headed next. Gwen heard her name once, but didn't quite catch the rest. She stood off to the side. Arms crossed, pretending to glance at her phone. Seriously, she thought, he's smart, calm, ridiculously chill, and looks like that? She clicked her phone screen off, her reflection staring faintly back at her. "You're not crushing." "Nope, absolutely not." The moment passed. Naruto climbed into the rust bucket behind Ben, and Gwen followed last, her cheeks just a little warmer than before. She caught one last glance at him as she sat across the aisle. A mystery, sure, but maybe not a bad one. And definitely not like Ben. She rested her elbow on the edge of the RV window, watching the trees blur by as they rolled away from the campus. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, the fabric of his hoodie bunching slightly at his forearms. Then looked around the interior of the rust bucket. The steady rumble of the road beneath them was like a quiet hum in his ears. He leaned against the wall near the entry, letting his gaze drift across the space with a faint, thoughtful smile tugging at his lips. It had been a while since he last rode in the old motorhome. Even if it hadn't been for a full-blown cross-country trip, the memories still lingered: bumpy roads, long nights, greasy roadside dinners. Familiar in a way that made the inside of the RV feel smaller than it probably was. But then again, maybe it was. He frowned a bit, eyeing the limited interior space. "So, where are we all supposed to sleep?" he asked. Pushing off the wall. "We're not exactly kids anymore." Ben snapped his fingers. "Right? I was wondering that, too." Gwen looked up from her book, eyebrows raised, clearly thinking the same. Grandpa Max chuckled from the driver's seat. "I was wondering when one of you would bring that up." With a flick of a switch near the dashboard, a low mechanical hum filled the RV. A soft thud followed as a hidden hatch popped open in the ceiling near the rear of the vehicle. Naruto arched a brow, glancing at Ben, who only shrugged before climbing the small ladder bolted into the wall. A few moments later, his messy head poked back down, his grin wide. "There's a whole little room up here," Ben announced. "Can't stand in it, but you can kneel and crash just fine. It's kind of awesome, actually." "When did you get this installed?" Naruto asked, folding his arms. Max smiled proudly. "Just before the trip, figured you three aren't exactly pint-sized anymore. I wanted to make sure everyone had their own space." He pointed around as he explained. "Naruto, you get the upper loft, most headroom, quietest spot. Gwen, you've got the back, full bed, privacy curtain and all. Ben, you'll convert the dining booth in the middle. Table folds down, cushions pull out into a full-length bed." Ben looked at the setup like he was doing the math in his head. "Huh. That actually works." Naruto raised a brow. That couldn't have been cheap. Max waved a hand dismissively. Wasn't too bad. But Naruto heard the slight hitch in his tone, the way his voice shifted, too casual. He didn't call him out on it, though. Just filed the note away quietly, eyes drifting toward the window as houses and trees rolled past under the fading sun. He leaned back again, arms folded, watching the world blur by. This summer might actually be alright, no missions. No masked enemies, just roads, family, and quiet. Not that he had to deal with all that in a while, and hopefully this wouldn't be any different. Still, it felt like something good, like maybe, for once, things wouldn't fall apart. Even if he didn't say it out loud, Naruto hoped it would be enough to silence the things still chasing him, not from outside, but from the past. The family arrived at the campsite just as the sun began to set. They parked in a wide clearing, the kind surrounded by thick woods and low brush. The world here was quieter, just the steady rhythm of cicadas, the occasional creak of the trees, and the flickering crackle of the fire they built at the center of it all. Grandpa Max had chosen this place as the first stop of the summer, wanting to ease them into the road trip with some old-fashioned camping. No motels, no rest stops, just tents, fresh air, and the scent of burning wood. Once everything was set up, fire lit, tents pitched, and gear stored, Max brought out the night surprise. With a proud grin, he stepped up to the table, holding a large bowl of something. The smell hit them before he even set it down. "All right, who's hungry?" Max said with a gleam in his eye. "This summer isn't just gonna be an adventure on the road, it's gonna be an adventure for your taste buds." He placed the bowl down with a dull thud. Inside were long, fat mealworms, cooked, slightly crispy. Still very recognizable. Ben recoiled instantly. "You've got to be kidding." Gwen blinked once, then slowly leaned back from the table, eyes narrowing. "You're serious?" Naruto tilted his head and stared at the bowl for a moment. His expression didn't shift much, but internally, he winced. Note to self, next time, bring your own food. Max, oblivious, or maybe pretending to be, was already walking back toward the portable smoker. "Don't worry, I've got some smoked cow tongue warming up too." Ben immediately turned to the others. "Okay, this is not happening, we can't live like this for 3 months." "Agreed," Gwen muttered, already digging through her bag. "I brought some soybeans and a couple of rice cakes, but that's it." Ben dug through his backpack, a candy wrapper falling out as he checked. "I've got, like, 3 candy bars and a half-melted pack of gum." Both of them turned to Naruto. He leaned against the side of the table with his arms crossed, calm but clearly not thrilled. "I've got whatever's in that box," he said, nodding toward the crate he'd carried from the college earlier. "Just some clothes, my laptop, a few notebooks, didn't really think about food." They all sighed at once. "There's no way that's gonna last us the whole summer," Ben groaned. A silence settled between them, the fire popping in the background. After a beat, Ben stood up abruptly, brushing off his pants. "I'm gonna go for a walk." Gwen raised a brow. "What, to find civilization?" Ben shrugged. "I just don't want to be near what Grandpa calls food. Not until we are out of this camp at least." He walked off into the trees before anyone could stop him. Gwen stared after him for a second, then let out a tired sigh, still as dramatic as ever. Naruto didn't comment right away. His gaze lingered on the forest's edge, blue eyes steady. Ben had always been a little restless, but he wasn't worried. Honestly, a part of him wanted to get up right now as well. "Let him walk," Naruto said finally, voice calm. "He'll be fine." Gwen didn't argue, but she gave him a curious glance. Naruto leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table as the fire crackled low between them. The warmth from the flames danced across his face, but his attention had slowly drifted elsewhere, until he felt it. A glance to the side confirmed what he already knew. Gwen was watching him. She didn't flinch when he met her gaze. "You don't talk much, do you?" she said, casually, but there was curiosity under her tone. Naruto chuckled lightly, brushing his hand through his bangs. I talk when there's something worth saying. She raised an eyebrow, half smirking. That's one way to dodge a conversation. Naruto smiled and leaned back again, this time letting his blue eyes settle fully on her. Alright then, you started it, ask away. She blinked, a little caught off guard. Really? Really, he said, tone light. Fair's fair, you've been looking like you've had questions since I stepped into the rust bucket. Gwen hesitated for a second, then asked, so, what's your story? I mean, Ben said you were his brother, but that doesn't tell me much. Naruto gave a small nod, the shadows of the fire flickering across his features. We're not related by blood. I met Ben's parents a few years ago, things happened, and I ended up staying with them, gave me something I didn't think I'd find again. Gwen glanced toward the fire, her expression softening. A family? Yeah, Naruto said simply. Exactly that. The quiet crackle of the flames filled the silence between them for a moment, until Gwen gave a small shrug. Not what I expected, honestly. When Ben said he had a brother, I thought you were gonna be some dropout or burnout. Naruto laughed at that, shoulders relaxing again. Guess I blew your expectations, huh? A little, she admitted with a grin. But in a good way. You're hard to read, but not in a bad way. He tilted his head. And you, what's your deal? Gwen blinked. My deal? Naruto nodded. Yeah, what's a smart girl like you doing trapped in a summer road trip with her cousin she barely tolerates? That earned a quiet laugh from her. One, it's not about toleration with Ben, it's just we aren't always on the same page. And secondly, family pressure is the only reason I'm here. My parents thought it'd be good for me to relive old memories. She made air quotes with her fingers. Honestly, I think they just wanted the house to themselves for a few months. Naruto smirked. Let me guess, you didn't get a say. Not even a vote, she replied. Then her eyes narrowed curiously. Where are you from, anyway? Naruto's smile faltered slightly, but he kept it there. It's a small island, somewhere off the coast of Japan, not even on most maps. It was a partial lie, but a lie nonetheless. There was a quiet pause. Gwen didn't press, but from the corner of her eye, she noticed Grandpa Max glance over from where he sat by the fire pit, stirring a pot. Just for a second, like he was listening, like he knew. Naruto noticed too, and he gave a quick, silent nod toward Max. The older man didn't say anything, he just hummed to himself and kept stirring. Gwen looked between the two, puzzled, but said nothing. Naruto turned back to her. It wasn't an easy place to grow up, that's all. Gwen held his gaze for a second, her expression softer now, more thoughtful. Sounds like we're more alike than I thought. Naruto tilted his head. Yeah, how so? We both got shoved into this trip by people who think they know what's best for us, she said. Only difference is, you seem like you don't mind it. Naruto smiled again, but this time it carried something quieter behind it. Sometimes it takes losing everything to realize the small stuff. It's not so bad. Gwen looked at him differently after that. The air between them settled, comfortable, real. Then Naruto's eyes drifted toward the woods. The fire popped as the wood cracked inside the pit, and the chirping of crickets filled the silence again. He's been gone a while, Naruto murmured. Gwen followed his gaze. Ben? Yeah. You think he's okay? Naruto nodded once, eyes still on the dark tree line. He's tough, impulsive, sure, but he's got a good heart. Reminds me of me, before America. Gwen blinked. Before? Naruto didn't elaborate. Instead, he stood slowly, stretching his arms over his head. Still, might be good to check on him soon, just in case. He turned back toward the fire. Watching the flames again, but something in his expression had shifted. His mind was already moving. Already listening. Waiting for whatever was coming next. Ben trudged along the uneven path, pushing aside low-hanging branches with a sigh. Crickets chirped in waves, their rhythm a constant hum in the background. Leaves crunched under his sneakers, and every now and then, a twig would snap beneath his heel, echoing just a little too loud in the quiet. The camping setup had been fine, the location nice enough. And it wasn't just the larvae in a bowl Grandpa Max tried to serve, he needed to move. He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. It's not like I wanted to bail, but sitting still for too long. Not really his thing. Ben had always needed movement, whether it was soccer, tinkering with tech, or just pacing. It was the rhythm of motion that kept his head straight. Sitting in the rust bucket watching bugs roast over firewood, no thanks. Still, as he moved deeper into the trees, that restless edge began to dull. The night air cooled his skin, the earthy scent of moss and bark grounding him. It was peaceful. Until it wasn't. He stepped forward and the ground gave way beneath him. Whoa! The world dropped. Ben's body twisted on instinct, arms flailing as dirt and old stone crumbled underfoot. He landed hard on his side, a short tumble down into what looked like a collapsed cavern. Coughing, he sat up, brushing soil off his clothes and wincing slightly. Ugh, what the hell? It was dark in here, but something faint glowed just ahead. A circular chamber, ancient, stone-lined, half-collapsed on one end, roots crawling along the walls like veins. But it wasn't the chamber that held his attention. It was the object resting in the center. A small pedestal, half buried in earth, with a single device placed carefully at the top. It glowed softly in a cool blue, almost pulsing. Ben approached slowly, the light reflected off the mossy stone, casting rippling shadows around the chamber. He stopped a few feet away. It looked like a watch, but not, a sleek black band. Lined with strange grooves and etched symbols, and a circular core glowing with blue energy. It didn't look broken or discarded, it looked, waiting. Ben knelt, staring at it, something about the dust pattern, the way the moss had grown around the pedestal. It had been here a long time, years, maybe. He furrowed his brow. What are you? He reached out, fingers hovering, and in a single blink, it moved. The device sprang to life, blue light flaring as it launched upward, wrapping around his wrist like liquid metal turned solid. The band expanded, morphing, shifting into a black gauntlet form with green highlights. The blue glow twisted instantly into green, flaring like a heartbeat before dimming. Ben stumbled back, nearly falling again. Shit, he said sharply, reaching to remove the object from his arm. He stared at the thing clamped to his limb. It wasn't just attached, it melded, like it had been built to fit him. There was a slight hum, quiet and constant, like it was alive. Ben didn't freak out, not really, but his pulse definitely jumped. He stopped his efforts, then turned his arm, examining it from all angles. No seams, no clasp, just a tight, alien grip. Okay, that's not coming off. Ben pulled at it with his other hand again. Nothing, the thing might as well have been welded to his skin. Then, without warning, the top disc raised with a soft click, revealing a glowing green symbol on its face. Ben blinked. Huh? He pushed it back down experimentally. Click, it sunk flush again. And suddenly, Ben was covered in a green flash. The stars outside stretched into jagged white streaks, warped by the slow churn of the warship's sublight engines. The deck was quiet, save for the distant hum of reactors and the click-clack of clawed fingers over a console. An alien technician stood before a wide holographic table, light flickering across the scars on his face. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing at the data stream scrolling past. Then he froze. "Sir," he called out, voice tight. "We've just detected renewed energy activity, near the coordinates of the two drones we lost." The rest of the chamber stayed still, save for one sound, a low, metallic exhale. From the raised platform above, a figure sat cloaked in darkness, hulking, unmoving. Vilgax. He did not look at the speaker, not yet. His red eyes glowed faintly beneath the shadows of his crown-like headplate. Energy activity, from where? He asked, voice a thunderous growl. The technician swallowed. Earth, the backwater planet, same area the device vanished, 5 solar cycles ago. A beat. Vilgax rose, slowly, his armored body groaning with weight and purpose. Plates shifted as he descended the steps one at a time, each movement deliberate. Could it be, the Omnitrix, he said, more to himself than the room. Lost all this time, buried like a forgotten relic. He approached the console, a 3D map of Earth hovered above it, blinking softly with 2 pulsing red dots deep in the western hemisphere. Display the signal, he ordered. The technician tapped, and one feed zoomed into a pulse, steady, glowing green now. Vilgax's gaze sharpened. So, it's awakened. His voice dropped lower. We've been chasing ghosts across 1,000 systems, and all this time, it waited on a mud-covered rock. He turned, pacing. Are the drones still functional? The technician nodded, bringing up another screen. Yes, they entered fail-safe hibernation. One already began moving, the other is rebooting as we speak. Vilgax's mouth curled. Good, we are too far to intervene now, but they will remind Earth what it means to draw my interest. He returned to the projection, watching it like a general watching a chessboard. I want a course set, begin planetary trajectory corrections. Earth will be within striking range soon enough. But the technician hesitated. Sir, there's more. Vilgax turned his head slightly, his glare saying everything. The technician flinched, then continued. There's another reading, one we picked up during the initial planetary scan years ago, but back then it was dormant, buried beneath the planet's mana fields. Now, it's active. He expanded the display. A red-orange signature bloomed over the western continent, unstable, pulsing. What is that? Vilgax asked. We believe it's chakra. Vilgax said nothing at first, letting the word hang. The technician pressed on. Most life on Earth contains a fusion of mana and chakra, mild, almost unnoticeable. But this is different, it's pure, no mana interference, raw chakra. Vilgax's eyes gleamed with interest. Explain. There's an entire region on the planet with chakra-dominant inhabitants, a nation hidden behind natural barriers, almost untraceable unless you know what to look for. We believe they may have been influenced, or seeded, by Akatsuki long ago. Vilgax growled, those parasites. But that's not what concerns us most, the technician said. Voice now low. One presence, just one, no mana at all, only chakra, powerful, mobile, near the device. He gestured toward the flickering dot. It's on the move, but it's not in the chakra-dominant nation. Its energy is different, unstable, mutated, almost, like something went wrong. Vilgax's jaw clenched. An Akatsuki hybrid, on Earth? He turned toward the viewport, looking at the farthest points of starlight like they owed him something. That planet is crawling with potential, the Omnitrix, and a broken godling born of chakra. He grinned, the sound wet and brutal. Perfect. Then he spoke without looking. Begin our trajectory to Earth, slowly, let the drones do their work. The technician bowed, understood. Vilgax stared ahead as his voice fell into a cold whisper. By the time I arrive, we will know what we are dealing with, and the Omnitrix will be retrieved. The world will burn, and the warrior of chakra will be put down, if they choose to get in the way, or perhaps they will join me. The fire crackled in the center of the camp, its flickering light casting soft shadows across Naruto's face as he leaned back, hands behind his head, eyes up at the trees above. Nearby, Gwen poked idly at the dirt with a stick, glancing his way between motions. So, she began, the silence too long for her liking. You know Ben doesn't really talk about you. Right? Naruto turned his head slightly, a calm grin playing on his lips. Not surprised, Naruto said. Ben doesn't usually explain things unless he thinks he has to. She gave a faint scoff in agreement, true. He let his eyes drift up to the stars again. You're sharp, like, observant. Comes with the territory, she replied, a bit of pride slipping in. My parents say I'm an overthinker. I say they just don't think enough. Naruto gave a short laugh, and Gwen found herself smiling in response. But then something shifted. Naruto blinked. A thin wisp of smoke curled up into the night sky, barely visible above the trees. He sat up straighter, his body tensing. Gwen noticed instantly. What is it? I smell smoke, Naruto murmured, eyes narrowing. Just then, the rust bucket's side door creaked open and Grandpa Max stepped out, adjusting his belt as he took in the breeze. His nose twitched. That's odd, he said, sniffing. Looks like a fire. His gaze turned toward the woods, brows furrowed. Probably some no-good camper doing something they've got no business, Ben, Naruto said sharply, standing up so fast the table wobbled. His tone had dropped, serious, alert. That single name shifted the entire mood. Max's face tightened, already moving toward the side of the van. He opened a rear panel and pulled out 2 red fire extinguishers. Take one, he said, tossing it to Naruto without hesitation. Be careful. Naruto caught it easily, then turned to Gwen, voice steady. Stay here, I'll go find him. She didn't protest, just nodded, clearly unsettled. Naruto was already moving. The forest was darker now, thick trees blotting out the moonlight. Shadows twisted between branches, the crackle of flames growing louder with every step. Naruto's sandals crunched against twigs and dead leaves. The extinguisher felt heavy in one hand, his other trailing the tree trunks as he navigated the smoke. It was spreading fast, too fast for an unattended campfire. Then, through the haze, a sudden flash of movement. A figure. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. Eyes locking onto the thing across the clearing. It stood as tall as him, maybe taller. Broad shoulders, black charred skin, body glowing faintly like heated coal. The creature's hands pulsed with orange embers, its flaming head flickering like a torch. In the center of its chest sat a glowing, green hourglass-shaped symbol. What the hell? Naruto's instincts flared. He took a careful step forward, lowering the extinguisher. The heat radiating from the figure was intense, pushing against his skin, warm and unnatural. The creature turned toward him, startled. Wide glowing yellow eyes blinked behind the flame. For a brief second, they just stared at each other. Naruto didn't move. But his thoughts spun rapidly. That's not a costume, that's not a jutsu, that thing is real. And it's not just some summon or mutation either. The flame-headed figure stumbled backward, trying to raise its arms like it didn't want to fight. Naruto's eyes flicked to the fire spreading in the underbrush. His jaw clenched. The flames around it danced almost in rhythm with the thing. Like it wasn't just standing in the fire, it was the fire. His first instinct was to throw the canister, close distance, and end this fast. But something about it, the way it stood, stiff, non-threatening, keeping the distance but not running. It made him hold off, slightly unsure. Naruto stepped forward slowly. Boots crunching over blackened grass. I don't want to fight, he called, loud enough to cut through the roar of fire. Just tell me what you are. The creature jerked, those glowing yellow eyes narrowing slightly, confused. A small puff of fire hissed from one hand as it raised them up, almost like it was trying to gesture. It's me, Naruto, it said quickly. The voice was layered, a almost human sound, wrapped in heat and something mechanical beneath it. Naruto squinted. The posture, the way it shifted its weight. The way it moved its arms, like it wasn't used to its own body. Wait, no way. Ben? The thing's head, if you could call a flaming ball of fire a head, nodded simply. Naruto's stomach dropped. What did you do? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. What happened to you? The creature raised its arm, still stone, still burning, and pointed to the green badge on its chest. I found this thing, it just latched on. I didn't know it would turn me into this. I didn't try to burn anything, it just happened. Ben paused at that. Okay, after I transformed I started messing around with the fire I could shoot out, but that was it, I didn't mean to start all this. Naruto stared at the device, it didn't look like anything he had seen. It didn't feel like chakra either, maybe it was purely technological. More than anything, it felt alien. Like it had been designed by one of the highest minds to ever exist, something futuristic in nature, Nig-like tech they had now. Naruto didn't have the words, not yet, this wasn't anything he'd trained for. But they didn't have time to unpack it either, the fire was spreading, fast. A burning branch cracked overhead and fell with a crash just behind Ben. Sparks exploded out across the forest floor. Naruto didn't flinch. All right, he said, switching gears. We deal with this first. Ben looked around, firelight reflecting off the molten glow of his arms. I can't stop it, every time I move, or try and stomp it out, I make it worse. No, Naruto said. You can. You just don't know how yet. Ben blinked, fire flickering slightly. What do you mean? You said you can shoot fire, so this time, we don't try and stomp it out, we use fire against fire. Ben hesitated, like, burn the trees on purpose? Naruto nodded, you cut off the fuel, start a controlled line ahead of it, the big fire hits the edge, and dies. Ben's hands lit up slightly, and he took a breath. Alright, just tell me where. Naruto pointed toward the slope where the fire was headed. We'll create a half circle, cut it off before it crests the ridge. Small bursts, not too high, you focus on burning the line, I'll make sure nothing jumps past. Ben nodded again. They worked quickly, Naruto clearing dry brush with kicks and bursts from the extinguisher while Ben focused on extending heavy, narrow streams of fire from his arms, along the curve Naruto had traced. The flames hissed and devoured everything in their path, but this time with direction, with control. The forest behind them groaned, embers rising into the dark, but gradually. The roar began to fade. The blaze sputtered. And then, it was over. Smoke hung like a ghost over the blackened ground. The trees still standing looked skeletal, scarred. The air was heavy with the smell of char and wet ash. Ben stood in the middle of it all, his molten chest rising and falling, steam hissing off his shoulders. Naruto dropped the empty extinguisher and exhaled, finally still. They had done it. The fire was out. And now came the hard part. Naruto turned, watching Ben as he studied his own glowing arms with a mix of worry and awe. How do I explain this to Max, to Gwen? They had no knowledge of chakra, and Naruto could barely explain this form to himself. And Ben, he looked again, he's not sure if Ben can even change back. Naruto took a few slow steps, standing beside him. We'll figure this out, he said, voice quieter now. But first, we've gotta get you back to camp. Ben didn't answer, just smirked, while shooting fire that bridged from one hand to the next. Naruto smiled softly. Whatever this thing is, at least Ben seemed to be enjoying the transformation. Meant he was calm, and wouldn't freak out into any more forest fires. By the time they got back, the fire was long gone, leaving behind only scorched earth and the distant scent of smoke still curling through the breeze. Naruto stepped out of the woods first, raising both hands and calling out, "It's fine, it's Ben." Grandpa Max had already grabbed the shovel he kept by the camper door, while Gwen clutched her flashlight like she was ready to swing it like a bat. Their eyes locked on the glowing figure trailing behind Naruto, Ben still very much a figure of fire, his flames now dimmer, like a torch running low. Gwen blinked. That's Ben. Long story, Naruto said quickly, stepping between them just in case. He's not dangerous, as long as he doesn't start any more fires. That made Ben chuckle sheepishly, but Max lowered the shovel a little but didn't take his eyes off Ben. Naruto gave a short nod, breathing slow and steady. It's him. I don't know what that thing on his chest is, but it's what did this. He said it just latched on. 1 second he was normal, the next, boom, fire demon. Gwen still looked tense, flashlight raised halfway. Ben raised both hands, arms of lava and light. I'm not gonna burn anyone, alright, I didn't even mean to light anything, it just happened. Max looked like he wanted to say more, but Naruto caught his eye, subtly shaking his head. Not now, let them settle. Eventually, everyone sat, on the edge of the camper steps. On nearby logs, wherever there was room. No one really knew what to say yet. The silence was thick, humming with things unsaid and questions no one knew how to ask. Gwen broke it first. So, are you gonna stay like that, a fire monster? Ben opened his mouth, but Grandpa Max beat him to it, voice gruff and sudden. He's not a monster, he's an alien. They all turned to him. Wait, what? Gwen said. Even Ben tilted his head like he hadn't heard that right. Max blinked, realization catching up to his mouth. I mean, that's what it looks like, right? He said quickly, gesturing toward Ben. He looks like something from outer space. Just saying. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. You're hiding something, he thought. Max had spoken too quickly, too confidently, then immediately backed off, but why? Ben turned back to Gwen to answer, silently choosing to file away what Max had said. I don't know, I've been like this for a few minutes, Ben said, voice still laced with sparks of fire. But now that I think on it, he continued, no matter how cool this is, I don't want to stay like this forever. How will I ever catch a soccer ball, if I just singe it once I grab hold of it? Before anyone could follow the thread, a red flash surrounded Ben's body. In a second the fire was gone, the orange glow collapsed into nothing, and he was just Ben again. Human, in the same shorts and jacket he'd had before. Gwen sat back, stunned. You turned back. I did. Ben looked down at his hands, wide-eyed. I did. It's automatic, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. Weird. Max let out a sharp exhale. Well, that settles that, at least you can change back. He got to his feet, brushing dirt from his pants. But let's not go messing with that thing for now, not until we know what it is or where it came from. He looked directly at Ben, understand? Ben nodded, clearly still catching his breath. Max turned to Naruto, clapped a hand on his shoulder. You did good keeping things calm. Naruto nodded once. Then Max looked toward the darkened trail, eyes narrowing. I'm gonna take a look at that chasm you mentioned. See if there's anything left behind. With that, he disappeared into the trees, shovel in hand. For a moment, the camp went quiet again. Then Ben sighed loudly and slumped down on the step, raising his arm and staring at the strange watch-like device still clamped to his wrist. Its dial was now red. Naruto watched him, eyebrows furrowed. It hadn't come off yet, not even a little. Ben turned the dial slightly with his other hand, just testing how it moved. Gwen crossed her arms. He literally just told you not to mess with it. Ben didn't look at her. I'm not using it, I'm just trying to figure out how it turned me into that fire guy in the first place. Gwen shot Naruto a look. Can you tell him to listen? Naruto raised an eyebrow and walked over slowly, arms crossed. She's got a point. Ben gave him a look, half pleading, come on. Naruto stopped next to him, frowning thoughtfully. We don't know what this thing's doing to you, Ben, changing your biology, altering your bioelectricity. You could be getting infected for all we know, disease, mutation. That kind of transformation might require a massive energy source, radioactive, even. You ever think about that? Ben raised his brows. Wow, way to kill the vibe. I'm serious, Naruto said. That's not normal tech, it's something else entirely. No one builds a device like that without some kind of cost. He paused, then smirked slightly. But yeah, you looked cool, flaming meteor kid. Ben brightened a little, thanks. But you still shouldn't mess with it. Ben tilted his wrist. If this was built by someone smart, and I mean crazy smart, they probably thought of all that. Right, built-in safety measures, fail-safes, it turned me back on its own, that's gotta mean something. Naruto's expression shifted. He looked back down at the device, and this time, he considered it. He might have a point. If it was that dangerous, why let him transform at all, and if the creator knew what they were doing? Still, it was risky. Gwen sat down next to them, watching the two with a look of half-exasperated awe. You two are the worst mix, impulsive and trusting. Ben snorted. Seriously though, he said, turning back to his wrist, I'm not gonna change again, I just wanted to see something. Ben paused for a second, before his tone suddenly went serious. I want to know if whatever this thing is, could help people. I stopped that fire, maybe I could do more, make sure people are okay. Naruto looked at Ben subtly. His brother had always felt that way. For as long as he has known Ben, this was how he felt, although he never showed it. And when the blonde looked to Gwen, it seemed like she knew it too. She formed a frown, but did not speaking up about him messing with the watch anymore. The watch suddenly turned back to green, which Naruto noted must have meant it was ready again. Maybe it had some recharge time after transformation, indicated whenever it went red. Once Ben saw that, he twisted the dial, turning it a few times, before he pressed a button on the gauntlet-like watch. It clicked. A small green glow pulsed at its center, followed by a quick flash, and the circular face lifted slightly, like a camera lens focusing. Silhouettes projected into the light, one after another, flickering as Ben turned the dial again. Naruto stepped closer, eyes narrowing. Those aren't all the same, he said. That's not just the fire form. Ben grinned as another alien form shimmered in the projection, slimmer, with 4 arms and bulky build. Then another, skinny and tall, head shaped like a cone with a wired lizard-like tail. Ben's grin widened. You think I can turn into all of these? Naruto's arms slowly uncrossed. Most likely. Ben whistled low. I think I like this thing. Naruto was just about to speak, to say something sharp but maybe meaningful, when the ground beneath his feet trembled. A low rumble rolled across the campsite like distant thunder, but it was too close, too deep. His eyes snapped downward, and in the same breath, the earth exploded. Move, he yelled. Chunks of stone and flaming debris launched into the air as the ground erupted in a violent shockwave, knocking him clean off his feet. The campsite was obliterated in an instant, tents shredded, fire pits scattered, logs and food flying in every direction. It was like a bomb had gone off beneath them. The only thing still standing, somehow, was the rust bucket, parked like a stubborn relic behind the destruction. Naruto grunted as he landed hard, but before he could even register the pain in his back, he looked up, and his blood ran cold. Rocks, dozens of them, falling, and most of them, Gwen. She was down, still dazed, frozen in place. Instinct took over. Naruto darted forward in a blur of movement, crossing the field of chaos in mere seconds. The air filled with dust and the scream of shifting earth. He launched himself over Gwen just as the first stone slammed into the ground beside her. He wrapped his arms around her, shielding her with his body as the debris rained down. Each piece thudded around them like mini explosions, kicking up clouds of dirt. Then silence. Naruto exhaled, heart pounding. He slowly opened his eyes to find Gwen staring up at him, face flushed, eyes wide, chest rising and falling with each shaky breath. You okay? He asked softly, still hovering above her, muscles tense in case more came. Her lips parted slightly. Why yeah, thanks. There was a moment, too long, too still, where neither of them moved. She was blushing, and only then did Naruto realize how close they were. His body was practically pressed to hers. Her hair smelled faintly like citrus and ash. He blinked and shook it off, retreating just enough to give her space. Now's not the time. He turned his head, and froze. Where the crater had erupted now stood something massive. A robot. Orange metal glinted in the moonlight, streaked with red accents that pulsed like veins. The thing was the size of a townhouse, towering over the wreckage like it had crawled out of some buried nightmare. Its arms were jagged, shaped like diamond-tipped claws, with rotating ports along its sides that hissed and clicked. Weapons, no doubt. 3 thick, metallic legs supported its body, crab-like in movement, hissing with steam as it shifted its bulk. Several bulging visors blinked from its head like oversized insect eyes, scanning rapidly. It turned slowly, scanning the area, its head jerking like a predator tracking prey, until it locked onto him and Gwen. It paused for half a second, then turned and began stomping toward Ben. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. Shit. He was on his feet before he even finished the word. I'm not losing anyone else. He sprinted across the field, faster than human eyes could follow. Ben stood alone, small compared to the mechanical monster marching toward him. He looked like a deer caught in headlights. But Naruto didn't hesitate. He skidded to a stop just in front of him, throwing both arms out and planting his feet. Chakra surged into his muscles on instinct. He braced for the impact, ready to take the full force if it meant keeping Ben safe. I've fought monsters, I've fought gods, you're just a big tin can. The robot's arm raised, glowing red at the joints, preparing to strike. Naruto gritted his teeth. Come on. But then, flash. A sudden burst of green light exploded behind him, casting shadows across the robot's bulk. Naruto squinted, startled. The attack came, but the impact never hit him. No force, no blow, no pain. What? He opened one eye, then the other, and stared. Right in front of him was a new figure, massive, crystalline, solid. The being towered even above Naruto, with broad, angular shoulders and arms like chiseled diamond columns. Its skin was reflective, like molten glass cooled into a weapon. Sharp ridges lined its back, and yellow eyes gleamed from under a jagged, stone-like brow. It was holding back the robot's strike with one arm, unmoving. Naruto blinked, the energy radiating off the form. It was like living armor. The figure tilted its head slightly and looked down. And Naruto heard Ben's voice echo from its mouth, I can't hold this thing back forever. Naruto's breath hitched. Ben? He backed away on instinct, glancing down at the glowing green device still strapped to Ben's wrist, even though now he stood in the shape of a diamond golem. Naruto shook his head slightly, processing fast. He didn't have time to marvel at the transformation. Didn't have time to ask questions. Ben had the enemy pinned, but he wasn't going to last long. Naruto turned, the fire of battle lighting in his chest again. Whatever this thing is, we end it, fast. And with that, he moved, ready to fight. Naruto's eyes stayed locked on the diamond figure holding back the robot's massive claw. That form, he's strong, the watch did this. He could feel the power radiating off Ben like heat off a forge. That armor wasn't for show, this wasn't some light trick, Ben had real muscle behind it. Naruto's jaw tightened slightly as he watched the boy push back against a machine that could probably wipe a small village off the map. So, this is what it gave him, this is what the universe handed him out of nowhere. The device he found had made Ben capable of incredible feats, but right now? They were barely holding the line. I don't want to use chakra in front of them, but if I don't, someone's getting hurt. I'm not going to let that happen. He stepped forward and called out, voice even but sharp. Ben, I need your help. Ben glanced back, eyes wide in surprise. What, why aren't you, dude, move, that thing will flatten you. Gwen, from behind a pile of overturned camping gear, stared at Naruto with a furrowed brow. Her lips parted as if to ask the same thing, why aren't you running, but she didn't say it. She was watching closely. Naruto kept his gaze fixed on Ben's glowing, rocky form. I'm not moving, he said calmly. Because if you fall, what happens next? Gwen gets hurt, Grandpa Max. No, Ben looked like he didn't understand. His arm flexed under the strain of the robot's strength, claws biting deeper into his crystal form. You don't have powers, Ben shot back. I can help, I think I can stop this thing, but if you hear, you'll. Naruto narrowed his eyes, frustration mounting, but not at Ben. At the weight this kid was carrying, he thinks he's the only line of defense now. He sidestepped just as the robot's other arm came down, boom, sending dust and gravel exploding outward. Naruto shielded his eyes but didn't flinch. You're right, I don't have a watch. But I've fought worse than this thing, and I'm still standing. Ben looked stunned, but Naruto stepped forward again, voice low and full of quiet strength. I'm your older brother Ben, I will always protect you, protect this family, no matter what it costs, and right now, his gaze burned into Ben's. You need to trust me, this is one of those times. For a moment, neither spoke, then Ben's shoulders sagged slightly. Fine, he said, voice tight. You got a plan? Naruto smirked, yeah, simple. He glanced at Ben's glowing arms, then at the robot's triple legs stomping the cracked earth. You're made some sort of stone. Right? Ben raised an eyebrow, yeah, looks like it. Then I'm guessing you're pretty sharp. Ben groaned, maybe. Yeah, well, aim for its legs, you bring it down. Naruto's voice hardened. I'll go for its core, I'm pretty sure it's in the chest. Ben nodded slowly, cracking his crystalline knuckles. How do you know it will be there? That's usually where people put that stuff, Naruto responded. Ben deadpanned, alright, let's wreck this thing. The ground shook again as the robot reeled back, preparing a massive horizontal swipe with its clawed arm. Naruto and Ben split in opposite directions, Ben moving like a walking tank, Naruto like a blur of motion. Dust swirled in the air as the robot spun toward Ben, targeting the more obvious threat. Ben charged, leaping high into the air, his diamond limbs reflecting moonlight like a meteor. He crashed into one of the robot's legs with a shattering boom, cracking through the joint plating and knocking it off balance. Naruto darted low, weaving between falling debris and mechanical limbs. The robot staggered but spun, swiping at Ben with a turret that fired a concussive pulse. It blasted Ben midair, sending him tumbling through the dirt but barely scratched. Naruto leapt, pushing off a falling boulder, flipping through the smoke, and landing on the robot's back with barely a whisper of sound. It's distracted, good. He sprinted up its spine, using exposed ridges like stepping stones. Sparks flew around him as its secondary cannons fired randomly, trying to shake him off. But Naruto had already launched himself again, straight toward the pulsing red core embedded in its chest. With one hand, he summoned chakra to his palm, forming a spinning orb of energy, Rasengan, condensed and blue and furious. The moment he landed on the chest plate, the robot registered him as a new threat. It jerked back, arm rising, claws spinning with a mechanical whine. Too late. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the glowing core, the energy twisting violently on contact. Sparks erupted in every direction. The impact sent a shockwave outward, blowing dust into a storm and making the ground quake. Ben, he yelled. Now! Ben burst from the rubble on the side, claws glowing faintly green with energy, and charged again. With both arms raised high, he brought them down like hammers onto the second leg. Metal tore, the second leg collapsed inward, and the robot buckled. Naruto launched back just as the core began to overload, crackling red and white, spiraling out of control. The robot gave one final screech, a mechanical wail that shook trees around the canyon, before it collapsed with a roaring, explosive crash, sending metal parts and smoke flying skyward. Naruto landed, breathing hard, knees digging into the dirt. Ben landed nearby, dust rising around him, his tall, crystalline form glowing in the fading light. And then, in a red flash, it was over. The tall alien form vanished, replaced by the familiar 15-year-old again, panting, tired, dirt smeared across his cheeks and arms. Naruto turned to him, quiet for a beat, "You okay?" Ben looked up, wide-eyed, "I think I just helped blow up a robot the size of a house." Naruto cracked a smile, "That's a yes, then." The wind rustled the leaves as silence settled over the destroyed campsite. Naruto slowly straightened, shoulders tense. Now comes the hard part. Explaining all of this to his family. Gwen rushed forward, skidding a little on the uneven dirt as the dust settled. Her eyes darted between the battered terrain and the two boys, or more accurately, her cousin and the boy who'd just saved both their lives. "What the heck was that?" she exclaimed, voice breathless, equal parts awe and accusation. "You both, what did you even do?" Ben, still catching his breath, looked over at Naruto with wide eyes. "You tackled a giant mech with ball of energy, dude. I mean, how did you even?" Naruto gave a long breath and glanced between them. "There's a lot I haven't told you guys, a lot about who I am, where I'm from. It's not easy to explain." Ben just grinned, "Well, whatever it is, that was cool. So, not that complicated to me." Gwen smirked and rolled her eyes. But the way she looked at Naruto lingered, less like a classmate, more like someone seeing a side of him she hadn't imagined. Then came the sound of footsteps over cracked gravel. "What did I miss?" said a warm, gravelly voice. They turned to see Grandpa Max stepping out from behind the smoldering wreckage, smile calm, not at all surprised by what he'd just witnessed. Naruto exhaled, shoulders sinking as he looked out at the crater left behind. The fight was over, but something deeper had just begun. Naruto knew that show of power would lead something to him. The energy a Rasengan put off was more than enough for even a Chunin to track. That made his eyes narrow. He'd probably lead his village right to him, and he didn't like it at all. The sun hung low in the sky, a pale eye watching over Konoha from behind thin clouds. Lanterns flickered along the outer walls, casting faint pools of golden light over damp stone. The village was quiet. Too quiet for some. High above the rooftops, inside the dim light of the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake stood by a tall, open window, one hand resting in his pocket while the other slowly turned the pages of a scroll he wasn't truly reading. The dull hum of cicadas echoed in the distance, but his eye, his single, tired eye, was sharp, fixed on the darkness beyond the walls. His hair, silver and untamed, rustled faintly with the breeze slipping through the open pane. The heavy robe of the sixth Hokage draped over him like a weight, not armor. His mask, as always, remained, but his expression behind it was unreadable, neither peaceful nor tense. Just still. A quiet knock broke the moment. "Enter," Kakashi said without turning. A shinobi in standard flak jacket and black underlayer stepped in, closing the door softly behind him. He carried a sealed scroll and a subtle edge of hesitation. "We've picked something up, from outside the continent," the shinobi began, voice cautious, as if still unsure it was worth disturbing the Hokage over. Kakashi turned then, slowly. His expression didn't change, but the room seemed to cool by a degree. "Go on." The shinobi stepped closer and unrolled the scroll between them, revealing a faint, drawn-out pulse signature. The barrier team registered a sudden flare of chakra. Not ours, not any of the surrounding countries either. Kakashi studied the readings in silence. The signature was distant. Weak by the time it reached their sensors. But distinct, shaped. Controlled. This wasn't some wild surge or natural phenomenon, someone had used a jutsu. What kind of jutsu? We don't know, but the scale, it had to be something powerful. Focused, not like an explosion, more refined. Precise. Kakashi's brow furrowed faintly beneath his Hitai-8. He knew what that meant, that kind of chakra only came from the old world. From people trained like they were, or worse, trained better. And you're sure it came from outside the elemental nations? Yes sir, far west, across the ocean, somewhere no shinobi should be. A pause. Kakashi turned back toward the window, watching the wind curl through the trees below. Could be him, he said, almost to himself. The shinobi raised his head, sir. Kakashi said nothing for a moment. Then, send a request to the sensory division. Tell them to isolate the signature and match it against old archives. If it's who I think it is, we may need to act. The shinobi didn't question it. He bowed, took the scroll, and left without another word. When the door clicked shut again, Kakashi remained alone. He looked up at the stars. You've been quiet a long time, Naruto. The RV hummed over a stretch of cracked road, tires bumping and thudding every so often as it passed over loose gravel. A low rumble filled the space, broken only by the occasional creak of cabinets and the soft whir of the AC unit. They were somewhere between nowhere and nowhere else, trees lining the roadside like silent watchers. Naruto sat on one side of the dining booth, elbows resting loosely on the table, back slightly hunched. He wasn't exactly nervous. Just uncertain. Across from him, Ben and Gwen stared like they were waiting for something heavier than words. Their expressions were different. Ben's was cautious, almost wary, while Gwen looked like she'd been piecing together a puzzle all day and had just found the final corner piece. He hadn't expected this kind of attention, not from them. The silence hung awkwardly for a moment before Ben finally broke it. So, what are you? Naruto blinked, straight to it, huh? He leaned back slightly, dragging his fingers through his hair before glancing at the window, as if the trees might offer some answer he hadn't already given himself. Not an alien, if that's what you're thinking, he said. And not a mutant or science experiment or whatever else you've seen on TV. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Then what? You summoned a toad the size of a car. And yesterday, you took down a robot with glowing orb. He exhaled through his nose, calm, measured. He wasn't afraid of telling them the truth, it was just something he hadn't had to do in a long time. There's a place, far from here, a world hidden behind the edges of this one, where people train their whole lives to control an energy called chakra. That's where I'm from. Ben crossed his arms. And you're like a super soldier or something? Naruto nodded. Something like that. I was a shinobi, or in other words a ninja, not like ninja you would see on TV though. He watched Ben's reaction closely, confused, sure. But not afraid. Gwen leaned in slightly, not interrupting. Just absorbing. I was trained to fight, to protect people, but where I'm from, it wasn't just monsters and robots. It was politics, war, villages that used kids like weapons. His eyes flicked toward the tabletop. And when my teacher died, I didn't have a reason to stay. Not the full truth. He wouldn't tell them about the village watching. About how revealing his chakra risked being found. But it wasn't a lie either. If Konoha learned where he was, things would change fast. He liked the way things were now. He wasn't going to give that up. Gwen's voice came quiet. So why now? Why tell us now instead of sooner? Nig to sound rude. His gaze lifted, because before, I hadn't wanted to use my abilities for my own reasons. But to help Ben, I would need to use them, so I would also need to explain myself. Ben looked like he didn't know what to say to that. He just sat back, arms still crossed but his jaw unclenched. Gwen watched him closely, but there was a softness in her eyes now. Like she understood something she didn't before. The RV rattled again as it crested a hill. From the front of the vehicle, The old radio cracked with static before a voice broke through in a burst of urgency. Fire reported on Route 12 middle of Washington, an apartment fully engulfed. Emergency services on delay. Ben's head shot up. Grandpa, we gotta check that out, me and Naruto can help. Naruto raised a hand. Already shaking his head. No defense against fire, that'd be suicide for me. He gestured to the half-dismantled robot parts piled up beside the sink. Besides, I've got a mess of circuits and scrap I need to figure out. I have a cert. Ben slumped forward, clearly disappointed. Fine, he muttered, dragging the word out like a sigh. But it won't be the same without you. Naruto gave a small, lopsided grin. I'll catch the next one. Ben turned without another word, slapping the watch faceplate with a green flash. Then a burst of red light shot through the RV. Heatblast stood in his place, flames dancing off his shoulders as heat shimmered through the air. Naruto watched him head toward the door and thought. Heatblast, that's the name he went with? Without hesitation, Ben flung open the door and launched himself into the night, a fiery streak arcing out of the moving vehicle. He literally scorched the floor, Gwen muttered. We could have pulled over. Naruto shrugged, still eyeing the empty doorway. Wouldn't be Ben if he did. Naruto sat cross-legged on the RV floor with parts of the dismantled robot spread out across the space like a metal autopsy. Panels, wiring, half-fused plating. A handful of components sparked if you touched them the wrong way. His fingers worked quickly, almost automatically, but his mind was somewhere deeper. In the fight, he'd noticed it, how the robot locked onto Ben the second it came online. Every motion, every second thought, every blast, was it tracking the watch? It didn't go for him, not for Gwen, just Ben. That's what made it easier to dismantle. It never even considered him the real threat. He pulled out the cracked core and turned it over in his hand, frowning. This robot had been buried, not stored, not guarded, buried. Like someone wanted it forgotten, so who put it there, who built it? And why the hell was it after Ben? The exoskeleton was mostly intact. He hadn't seen tech like this before, not in the nations, not on any continent. Not even from the black market smugglers that orbited the land of rivers. It was too advanced, alien, almost. Max's theory might have sounded wild the first time he said it. But Naruto glanced at the plating again. Fluid leaked from a cracked joint, thin like water, but it sparked when it touched the wiring. Bioelectric, almost alive, it pulsed under the surface like it had its own heart. And the circuits, if you could even call them that, were layered and braided like nerve bundles, not wires. The core was the most confusing part. It didn't run on chakra, electricity, or any known energy source he recognized. He'd gotten distracted again. Naruto blinked, shaking his head. No, he needed to focus. Ben had something powerful strapped to his wrist, the kind of power people kill for. If that watch was alien, and if it was sending out any kind of signal, then Ben wasn't just a kid on a summer trip anymore. He was a walking target. Not just for people on Earth either. If the tech was from space, then someone out there could be tracking him. Could already be here. That thought made Naruto's jaw tighten. He needed to learn what he could from this machine. Reverse engineer what he could. Maybe even build something from the exoparts, a scanner, a jammer, armor, whatever it took to protect his little brother. And maybe something else, something that made sure no one from the other world, his old world, could track him down again. The thought didn't sit long before Gwen's voice cut in. You're really into that robot thing? Huh? Naruto practically jumped, then glanced over his shoulder with a sheepish grin. Didn't hear you come in. Gwen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes flicking between the mess of parts and the laptop screen where his decoder program was still spinning through alien symbols. I've seen Focused, she said. This is, like, mad scientist levels of focused. He gave a low laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess I got a little carried away. It's not like I've figured it all out. He gestured to the mess. It's not tech from anywhere I've seen, not from any continent. That kind of confirms what Grandpa said about aliens. She didn't say anything at first, just nodded. Naruto hesitated before continuing. Do you ever feel like Max is hiding something? Gwen's face twitched slightly. He's always been a little too prepared for this kind of stuff. I guess it was weird he suggested aliens when first seeing Ben as Heatblast. Exactly. Naruto nodded. He suggested aliens like it wasn't even a stretch, like he already knew. Gwen just shrugged. He's Grandpa. I gave up trying to figure him out years ago, especially the food choices. I'm just hoping when we go shopping we get to pick our own food. Naruto let the silence settle before dropping it, anyway. He turned back to the screen. Symbols still undeciphered. I haven't cracked the language yet, it's advanced, more than anything I've ever come across. But once my system finishes decoding it, we'll be able to see what the robot saw, and maybe figure out why it only went after Ben. Gwen tilted her head, and after that? He glanced back with a shrug, might make something for us. She frowned, us? You, me, Grandpa. Max looked up from the driver's seat at that. Naruto caught the flicker of interest but didn't comment on it. Naruto kept going, Ben's got the watch, yeah. But that means the danger's gonna follow him, and if we're around him, then we're in it too. He sat back, wiping a smudge of oil from his palm. I can protect all of you, that's not the issue, but it's smarter if we can all defend ourselves. Gear, armor. Tech, something to even the odds. Gwen studied him for a second, maybe surprised, maybe not. She opened her mouth to say something, but didn't get the chance. The radio crackled overhead. 2 suspects involved in the building fire are on the move. It's believed they used the blaze as a diversion to steal high-value artifacts from the Natural History Museum. If anyone is in proximity, proceed with extreme caution. Suspects are armed and dangerous. Last seen heading westbound on Jansen Hollow Road, a blur past the window, headlights streaked by, tires screamed on pavement, Naruto's head snapped up, through the front windshield, a black sedan tore down the road ahead of them, weaving hard into the next lane. He locked eyes with Max, go after them. Max gave a small nod, already shifting gears. I'm on it. The RV roared to life, tires screeching as it peeled onto the highway behind the suspects. Wind whipped past the frame as they picked up speed, engine rumbling deep beneath the floor. Naruto reached over and secured the scattered robot parts with a quick seal scroll. His eyes stayed locked on the road. Whatever was waiting down this chase, it wasn't just about a robbery. Not anymore. The wind howled as the RV tore down the cracked highway, the rusted chassis of the rust bucket rattling with every bump and turn. Naruto opened the side door mid-chase, gripping the metal frame as the force of the speed shoved against him. Heat rushed past his face. Asphalt blurred below. He grimaced. Times like these, he muttered, I really wish I had some kind of long-range jutsu. He had the scrolls, stuff Jiraiya gave him, ones he hadn't touched since landing in America. Too dangerous, too flashy. But now he felt the gaps in his arsenal like bruises under the skin. His eyes dropped to his hand, pale, calloused, steady. He flexed his fingers, trying to remember the formation he practiced only once. He hadn't trained it long enough to call it stable. Didn't matter, they needed this to end fast. He leaned halfway out the door, calling back to Max. Get me just a little closer. Hold on tight, Max said, voice rough with tension as he swerved around a ditch. Naruto planted his feet and exhaled, focusing. He pulled chakra into his core, separating the two halves, physical and spiritual. That part had always come easy. What didn't come easy was how wrong it felt now. The chakra inside him wasn't like it used to be. It had changed, ever since that battle, since the fox was gone. This part, his physical energy, was heavier, hungrier, Crimson seeped out from his arm like rising mist, darker than blood, darker than the fox had ever been. It danced along his skin, wild and pulsing. He directed his hand forward, and let it rip. A compressed bolt of chakra screamed through the air, invisible until it hit. The car in front jolted as if yanked by a god's hand, its back end crumpling and lifting violently. The tires left the road. The whole vehicle flipped mid-spin before crashing down with a brutal metallic shriek. Precious metal and velvet-lined boxes burst from the trunk, flying mid-air. Naruto vanished from the RV door in a blur and reappeared among the debris. His hands moved fast, snatching the valuables one by one before they hit the pavement. He landed atop the flipped car, crouched, breathing steady. The sirens were already growing near. The rust bucket skidded to a stop ahead. Naruto jogged back toward it and tossed one last look at the wreck behind him. He left the goods neatly piled on the dented roof, police could sort out the rest. He exhaled hard and muttered under his breath, glad that worked, but still need to figure out how else I can use that. It was raw chakra shaping, barely controlled. Just form, no function. He had the foundation, but none of the precision. He needed to train. He needed to evolve. By the time he reached the RV, the others were already waiting. Nice work, Gwen said, though her eyes were narrowed. But, you hit that car hard, more than you usually would. Naruto brushed some dirt from his pants and shrugged, didn't like what they did. What do you mean? Max asked, watching him from the driver's seat mirror. They set a fire, in a neighborhood. Naruto's voice was quiet but cold. Just so they could rob a place, that's low. No one argued with that. Gwen tilted her head, that attack you used, what was that? Naruto glanced at his hand again, then leaned against the RV wall. It's chakra, what shinobi have to use multiple abilities, made up of two parts, physical energy from your body, and spiritual energy from your mind and spirit. Though in this case, I was only using chakra, one part of it at least. Normally, they're combined when I use a jutsu, but my body changed. He paused, if I separate them, they act differently, what you saw, that was my physical energy. It pulls, consumes. I don't often use it however, it's kinda new to me. Sounds risky, Max said, but not disapprovingly. More like an old soldier noticing a new kind of weapon. Yeah, Naruto nodded, but it's useful, just needs practice. Max gave a low hum and flicked on the radio again. Static crackled for a moment before an announcer's voice came through. We'll swing by to pick up Ben, then in the morning, we'll hit the Megamart to restock. Please tell me we get to pick the food this time, Gwen groaned, already bracing herself. Naruto chuckled, slumping back onto the bench. Max's definition of food is terrifying. The RV rolled on into the night, wheels humming against the road. Naruto's mind already drifting back to chakra patterns, to the alien tech scattered in the back, to the future battles waiting around the corner. He needed to be ready. Not just for himself, but for them. For Ben. For Gwen. For the family he had. Beneath the city, the sewers pulsed with quiet, unnatural life. Dim green lights flickered overhead, casting shadows across the damp concrete walls. The air was thick with the stench of rot, oil, and something far worse, fur wet with chemicals, flesh warped by science. The floor shifted with movement. Dozens of misshapen eyes blinked in the dark, tracking their creator. He stood in the center of the chamber, facing an array of mismatched monitors strung together with wires and rusted bolts. The largest screen played a muted news broadcast. Washington, D.C. was in another uptick of chaos, higher crime rates, reports of strange disappearances, rising unease in the city's heart. He smiled. Not a sharp grin, but something deeper, slower, almost fond. A low growl came from his side, followed by the scrape of claws on stone. One of the larger creatures, a wolf with bone plating and 2 extra eyes, pressed its snout into his palm. He stroked its head absent-mindedly, fingers brushing over scales where fur should have been. "Do you hear that?" His voice was calm. Almost warm. "The city's calling, they just don't know it yet." More animals circled closer, spiders the size of pit bulls. A vulture with metal joints replacing half its wingspan, a toad with translucent skin revealing pulsating veins beneath. He turned his back to the screen. "Maybe it's time I reminded them what change really looks like." His gaze flicked back to the broadcast as it replayed footage from earlier, a violent robbery at the Natural History Museum. Broken glass, scorched tile, police baffled, suspects have been taken into custody. His lips curled into a sharper grin. "Phase 2, he whispered. The screens around him blinked red, timers, schematics, and mutated DNA strands spiraling into place. One of the creatures screeched. He didn't flinch. "Yes," he said, louder now, voice rising as he turned to face the depths of the chamber. "Let's give them something historic." And the sewer trembled with the sound of claws dragging forward. "You should have seen me," Ben's voice rang out as the automatic doors whooshed open. The family stepped into the Mega Mart, leaving the cool shadow of the rust bucket behind. Daylight streamed through the wide glass windows, bouncing off linoleum floors and polished metal shelves. The front of the store glowed with natural light, a sharp contrast to the chaos of the night before. "It was insane," Ben continued, practically buzzing beside Naruto. "I saved everyone in that building, like it was nothing. Even though I couldn't touch them, I could sorta bend the fire with my own flames, make these little paths for them to get through." He adjusted his jacket and swung his arms a bit as he spoke, reliving the moment with each gesture. Naruto walked beside him, quiet, alert. They were there for food and supplies. Grandpa Max insisted this store had everything, but Naruto kept his attention split between the aisles and Ben's voice. He listened closely. Ben wasn't just proud. He was excited. Consumed by what he'd done. Not just the act of saving people, but the power behind it. That was what made Naruto pause. From what he knew of his brother, Ben had always had a good heart. He wanted to help people. Wanted to do the right thing. But the way he talked about it now, the way his eyes lit up, the near shaky grin that kept sneaking onto his face, it wasn't just about doing good. It was about what he could do. "I mean, seriously," Ben said, throwing his arms wide, "it was like I could do anything when I transformed." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Not because he was angry, not because he didn't understand. But because he did. All too well. Ben reached for a bag of chips as they moved deeper into the Mega Mart, tossing it into the cart Naruto pushed without really looking. He walked backward now, half facing his brother, his voice still lit with energy. "I mean, there was this moment," he said, hands moving in fast arcs, "where the heat started closing in. I couldn't control the already existing fire, so I just used my own fire to bend a way past it." Naruto stopped the cart near an aisle with canned goods. He leaned on the handle, watching Ben closely. "That's good," he said, evenly. "You kept calm. And used your powers like that." Ben blinked at him, unsure. "You don't think it's cool?" "It's not about cool," Naruto said. "It's about control. If already existing fires don't listen to you, it's good you found a way to get past it. But I wouldn't slow down just yet. Power doesn't mean you get to relax." Max glanced back from a shelf lined with jars. Voice rumbling in. "He's right, you can get real used to the feeling of being unstoppable. That's when you start making mistakes." Ben's shoulders sagged just a little. "I didn't say I was invincible or anything." "No," Gwen added, stepping up beside them. "But you're talking like it, like the transformation is the only part that matters." Ben turned toward her, brow rising. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean," she said carefully, "you sound like you're more excited about the fire than the people you saved." Ben scoffed. "That's not fair, I was excited to help." "Sure," she said. But you didn't sound like it. You said you felt like you could do anything. Not that you were glad they made it out. Ben looked at her, then Naruto, then away. That's not what I meant. Naruto's voice stayed calm. We know, but sometimes it's not about what you mean, it's what people hear. There's a difference between being proud of your power, and being defined by it. Ben rubbed the back of his neck. It's just, when I'm in one of the aliens, I feel like everything makes sense. Like, I finally know what I'm supposed to do, it's clear. There it was. Naruto felt that, knew what it meant for Ben. Then he nodded slowly, yeah, I get that. Ben looked up, surprised. But I've seen what happens when you stop being able to tell where the power ends and you begin. Naruto's voice dropped slightly. You lose things. And sometimes you don't even notice until they're gone. Max gave him a look then, a small one, quiet and thoughtful. Like he understood more than he said. Ben didn't respond to that right away. Gwen folded her arms. Maybe we're just overthinking it, he's still learning, I mean, it's not like we are the ones with the watch. But that's what this is, Max said, stepping back in. Learning, all of it, the saving people. The power, the judgment calls, that's why you've got us. He gave Ben a firm pat on the back, then turned toward Gwen. Speaking of, which one of you knows the difference between celery root and a turnip? Gwen raised a hand reluctantly. Great, Max said. You're with me. He pointed toward the back of the store. We're grabbing produce and a few delicacies. Might take a bit, you two can wander around if you want, but stay in sight. Naruto gave a small wave as Gwen followed Max down the aisle. Ben watched them go, the two taking the cart with them as he fidgeting with a dented can. Naruto nudged him. You good? Ben shrugged, yeah, just thinking. Naruto nodded, good, just don't think too hard, he said with a chuckle before ruffling his brother's head. The two of them wandered the store, drifting past rows of shelves stocked with everything from lawn chairs to electronics. It really did have everything, kitchenware. Tents, fishing rods, giant bins of off-brand cereal. Naruto walked slow, hands in his jacket pockets, letting Ben follow closely. There was no rush. Ben kicked at a fallen wrapper, still turning things over in his head. You think Gwen was right? He asked after a minute. He didn't look at Naruto when he said it. Naruto didn't answer at first. He walked a few more steps in silence, his gaze idling across a display of cheap sunglasses. He did think about it. Gwen had a point, but not the whole picture. Ben probably took it the wrong way. Max gave him a talk, sure, but it was his cousin who really laid down the harder truths. Ben wasn't showing off because he was selfish. He was proud, maybe too proud, not maybe afraid, deep down, of not being enough without the watch. Of losing that clarity he'd felt in the fire. But Naruto had felt that kind of pride before. And he'd seen what it turned into if left unchecked. He exhaled through his nose. She's not wrong, he finally said. Not completely. Ben gave him a look. But she's not completely right either, Naruto added. You do want to help people, that's obvious. I think you're just focusing too much on the watch, like it's the only part of you that matters. Ben shifted uncomfortably. Naruto kept his tone even. You can become a hero without a device, it's a gadget, a powerful one, but it doesn't make you who you are. And it definitely doesn't make you invincible. Ben opened his mouth to argue. I don't think I'm, let's be honest now, Naruto cut in, glancing at him with raised eyebrows. You've been talking like it does. Like the second you transform, nothing can touch you. Ben stayed quiet. I get it, Naruto said. The forms are powerful, and they're fun, I bet. But if you start leaning on them for everything, then what happens when they fail? What happens when you're not fast enough, or strong enough, or it glitches out? Ben frowned, his hand brushing the watch like he could hide it from the question. You've been going in blind, Naruto went on. You don't know what half those forms are even capable of. You're scratching the surface. You should be pushing the limits, figuring out what they can and can't do. Not just flipping the dial and hoping it works out. They turned into another aisle, this one packed with sporting gear, racks of foam footballs and discount helmets. The light from the front windows shimmered across the floor, making the tile glow faintly beneath their feet. Naruto turned to face him fully now. And don't just rely on a gadget. Ben didn't answer at first. He looked down, jaw tight, hands deep in his pockets. After a second, he gave a half-hearted shrug. Kind of hard not to, though. I mean, without it, I'm just some kid. Naruto's voice softened. That's just what you think. Ben looked up. Trust me, Naruto said. You can do so much even without it, you've got instincts, heart. And you care, the rest you can train, that's not just some kid Ben, that's someone who can grow into something more. Ben blinked at him, like he wasn't sure what to say. But the words seemed to settle, not fully, but enough. Then the floor trembled. A deep, thunderous boom rang out from somewhere across the Mega Mart. The shelves shook. A few cans toppled from a nearby display and clattered to the ground. People screamed, somewhere off in the distance, glass shattered. Naruto's head snapped toward the noise, his body tensed without thinking. Ben froze, wide-eyed. What was that? Naruto stepped forward, already scanning the far end of the store. Stay close, it's coming from the front. And without another word, they broke into a run. The sharp scent of scorched metal drifted through the Mega Mart as Naruto and Ben moved fast down the aisle toward the front. The closer they got, the more chaotic it became, flickering overhead lights, scattered debris, distant shouting. They skidded to a stop behind a wide display rack stacked with back-to-school lunchboxes. From there, they had a clear view of the massive hole torn through the front of the store, an entire entrance wall ripped apart like paper. A chunk of the parking lot was visible beyond it. Sunlight bleeding in around the wreckage. And standing in the mess, looming between the self-checkouts and fallen merchandise, were two enormous mutated animals. One looked like a canary, but not the chirping, bright yellow kind from a pet shop. This thing was hulking, at least as long as an entire store aisle, with muscular talons that dug into the tile and feathers like jagged black armor. Its beak was sharpened into a serrated curve, and its eyes glowed faintly orange. The other was a frog, but grotesquely warped, its slick green body expanded like it had been overinflated, bulging with muscle and bony protrusions. It had 6 glowing red eyes stacked unevenly across its face and thick horns curling out the sides of its skull. Perched on top of the frog was a man. Older, wrinkled, his pale, greenish-tinted skin sagged at the cheeks, stretched tight at the temples. Long white hair blew around his shoulders, a strange helmet with horn-like prongs wrapped around his head, the tips glowing crimson. Tubes and cables connected it to a chest-mounted device, a piece of worn, buzzing tech, centered around a dial with flickering lights and strange symbols. Red goggles hid his eyes, and a long, black cloak billowed behind him like a villain out of some old cartoon. Ben ducked lower behind the shelf. Okay, not what I expected. They watched as the man climbed down from the frog's back with a sort of sluggish purpose. Boots crunching over the debris. He moved toward the tech section at the front of the store, muttering to himself. Then he began grabbing anything and everything, drones, batteries, tablet screens, wires, loading them into a large sack that had been strapped to the frog's back. Naruto narrowed his eyes behind the shelf, quiet and still. His thoughts moved faster than his heartbeat. The creatures, were they mutated, engineered, summoned? They weren't natural, that was obvious, but what bothered him more was the control. That man rode in on one like it was a horse, the frog barely flinched under his weight, they obeyed. And the tech, what was it for? Why steal all this random gear? It wasn't weapons. Not directly, it looked like someone was building something, or powering something. Ben shifted next to him. We need to do something. Naruto didn't respond right away, his eyes scanned the front of the store, watching the man's pace. There were too many people, too many chances for exposure, too much risk of being seen. "I know," he muttered. "Just trying to stay off the radar." Ben rolled his eyes, "Pretty sure we passed low profile like 5 minutes ago." Naruto looked over at him, half a smirk threatening to form, and then paused. His gaze landed on a cheap plastic mask sitting crookedly on a nearby shelf. It was some tacky superhero thing, the kind of toy a kid would beg for before their mom told them to put it back. Just some molded faceplate with a red lightning bolt on the cheek. Not much. But it would have to do. He grabbed it, pulled the elastic band over his head, and adjusted it until it mostly covered his face. It looked ridiculous, but it worked, barely. When he turned back, Ben was already rolling up his sleeve. "You ready?" Naruto nodded. Ben twisted the dial on the watch and slammed it down. A flash of green light pulsed outward. In an instant, Ben's form was replaced by something alien and sleek, XLR-8. His body became black and blue, streamlined like a sports car. A helmet-like head with a blue visor swept back into a long, tail-like crest. His feet had become wheel-like talons. And his arms ended in sharp-clawed hands built for speed. The air shimmered slightly around him, like heat waves clinging to his outline. Naruto arched a brow behind the mask. "What do you call this one?" "XLR-8, Ben said, crouching down slightly like a coiled spring. "With an 8, don't ask." He gave a quick glance over his shoulder. "You gonna help this time?" Naruto just smirked, his expression hidden but clear in his eyes. He gave a small nod. "Let's move." The second they broke from cover, the chaos began. The older man was already back, on the frog, looking ready to move, but the two were already closing in. XLR-8's claws primed and ready, wind kicked up from his acceleration as he zipped toward the front of the store. Naruto wasn't far behind, one hand already moved into a familiar sign, two shadow clones burst from the smoke at his sides. Together, the trio moved in formation, flanking the monstrous frog and mutant bird that blocked the path forward. The moment Naruto and Ben landed in front of him, the man froze. He blinked, almost insulted. "You're not security," he muttered, eyeing them with faint disgust. "A child, and some wired-up, mutated lizard. Curious, I wonder who stitched you together." Ben grinned, his voice casual. "You don't need to know all that." The man tilted his head, genuinely perplexed. "And yet, you stand in my way. Do you actually intend to stop me? Because I cannot begin to explain how foolish that is." Naruto said nothing. The man smirked at the silence, misreading it as hesitation. But Ben stepped forward, his claws flexing. "You broke into a mega mart and started stuffing your pockets with tech," he said. "Did you really think no one would notice?" The man's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ah. Now I see, you're trying to play heroes. How noble, how tragically misguided." His voice shifted, dropping into a slow, condescending tone. "I will give you one chance to walk away," he said, gesturing grandly toward the aisles. "In respect for your courage, and for the thing standing beside you, blonde boy." His expression sharpened. "Because if you continue, nothing will stop the great Dr. Anamo from bending you both to my will." He threw his arms wide, voice rising with theatrical glee. "You still have legs, use them, run, but I won't wait long." Anamo stepped back with exaggerated flair, his spine straightening like an actor taking center stage. "This world belongs to the strong, to the evolved, and I will remake it in my image." Then, with a twitch of his fingers, he gave the signal. The mutated frog lunged. Ben was already gone, speeding around the creature's legs in a blur, claws dragging shallow grooves across its thick skin. He called out, smirking, "You always talk this much, or just when you're losing?" Then he gave a signal, the frog lashed out. And the fight began. Anamo threw his head back with a barking laugh. Losing, look around you, these creatures, my children, are perfection, years of rejection, years of ridicule, I've transcended your pathetic human limits. Naruto's clone sprang into action, one vaulted over a cracked display case and aimed a spinning heel into the bird's side. It connected, but the canary barely flinched. The second clone swept low, aiming for the ankles. The bird lashed out with a wing and shattered it with a single strike, poof. Naruto narrowed his eyes and surged forward, delivering a chakra-enhanced strike into the frog's thigh. Its leg buckled slightly, but didn't fall. Ben reappeared in a flash, landing 3 hits against the bird's side. Hey, Doc. You're really not selling the whole, superior intellect thing right now. Anamo's eyes flared behind his goggles. Insolent pest, you think you understand progress. I've spent decades perfecting my genius, decades, I've lost patience for interruptions. Suddenly, snap. The frog's massive tongue lashed out with a thunderclap of motion. It struck Ben mid-sprint, hurling him like a comet across the room. He slammed into a shelf stacked with cereal boxes and skidded to a groaning stop under bent metal. Ben, Naruto raced to him. Ben coughed, head lolling as he blinked past the stars in his vision. Did anyone get the license plate of the truck that just hit me? Naruto grimaced and helped shove the shelf off his back. You need to focus, these things aren't dumb, they're trained, controlled. Ben blinked, you saying they went to monster school? No, Naruto stood up, scowling. I'm saying he's using them like tools, they're not just mutated, they're weaponized. Anamo's voice rang out again, maniacal and proud. Exactly, he howled. Tools to reshape the world in my image. Do you think 2 overconfident brats can stop the march of science? You should be grateful I haven't recycled you into something useful. Naruto stared him down, jaw set. Anamo hadn't moved once from his perch, he was letting his monsters do the work, testing them. And Ben was already down for now. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Fine. If the mad doctor wanted a real test, he'd get one. Naruto turned, breath steadying, but the doctor was already gone. Only the heavy slap of mutated feet echoed down the next aisle. He sprinted after the sound, weaving past broken shelves and displays knocked over in the earlier fight. The second he turned the corner, he saw it. Anamo stood with his back hunched, gesturing wildly toward a cracked self-checkout terminal. One of the store workers, a young man in an apron, had tried to wrestle a crate of stolen parts from the doctor's grasp. The frog, silent before, lashed out. Its tongue cracked through the air, wrapping around the worker's body like a whip. It coiled tighter, dragging him up as his legs kicked helplessly in the air. Naruto's stomach dropped. The man was choking, eyes wide, chest heaving, nails digging at the slick muscle wrapped around him. Panic lit every inch of his body. Without hesitation, Naruto surged forward. Chakra burned to life in his palm, spiraling, pulsing, alive. Rasengan. The orb hit the frog's center mass, there was a dull thud. The creature barely moved. Naruto landed in a crouch, teeth clenched. Nothing? The frog blinked once, slow and disinterested, tongue still wrapped around the man's chest. And Anamo, he just laughed. Loud, sharp, cruel. Yes, this is how it's supposed to be, his arms flailed wildly, voice rising into a frenzy. You see now, this is what power looks like, I decide the laws, I decide who lives. Naruto's fists tightened. Anamo stepped forward, shouting now, spit flying from his lips. When I finish Phase 2, when my new order takes root, I will reshape this world. Not with politicians, not with war, but with evolution. Genetic order, I'll be the king of the world. The frog's tongue coiled tighter, the worker gasped. I'll turn Washington, D.C. into Washington, B.C., Anamo growled, and I'll drag humanity back to where it belongs, below me. Naruto felt his pulse spike, the weight of it, the fear, the helplessness in that man's eyes. It snapped something loose. He didn't think, he didn't plan. He let instinct take over. Naruto drew from inside, not from his body, but from somewhere deeper. His spiritual chakra. A softer heat, lighter, lifting. He flung both arms wide. The air shook. A sudden shockwave pulsed out from him, cool, weightless, humming with pressure. The worker's body was yanked free, tossed safely down the aisle. The frog wobbled, confused. Even Anamo flinched, looking around. Then, everything started to float. Shelves, cans, broken tech, trash, aisle signs. All of it lifted off the ground, hovering around Naruto like pieces of an unseen puzzle. Some began to fuse, junk clicking and merging together like magnets. Naruto looked around, breath catching. For a second, he was just as confused as they were. But then he smirked under the mask. He wasn't letting this man hurt anyone else. Not here. He split the energy again, his physical chakra this time, the pulling force, the heavier side. He drew everything in, every screw, every twisted display, every dented can and mangled aisle divider. A ball of junk began to take shape. It spun, dense and jagged, until it hovered above his palm, massive, compressed, volatile. Then he channeled spiritual energy through it. A Rasengan bloomed around the trash sphere. Larger, heavier, complete. He roared forward, and slammed it into the frog's chest. This time, the beast flew. It crashed through the cereal shelves, landing in a heap of bent metal and spilled flour. Naruto hit the ground, sliding, breathing hard. It worked. He looked down at his hands, that had been different. The spiritual energy had connected, woven things together. It didn't destroy, it reshaped. The opposite of his usual force. But there wasn't time to think. Anamo stood again, pale with rage, his goggles twitched. His teeth ground together. "You're interfering still. I thought teaching that thing back there a lesson would have stopped you," he muttered under his breath. "You won't get out my way, I'll simply move you." He tapped a dial on the front of his coat. The lights on his helmet flashed red. The frog stood up, slower now, but still breathing. Then Anamo turned and leapt, frog in tow, down another aisle. Naruto gave chase, but stopped short as he entered the pet section. That's when Anamo raised a hand and twisted the dial again. A red beam fired from his helmet, streaking across the room, and struck a hamster cage. The tiny creature convulsed, grew, warped. Fur darkened, eyes bulged, claws erupted. It screeched once, then burst through the shattered cage, mutated and snarling. Anamo pointed down the aisle, "Tear through them, show them what progress looks like." The beast darted forward, faster than expected. Toward the scattering customers. Naruto scowled. He didn't know what that thing was capable of, but he knew what it would do if he didn't stop it. And he was done letting Anamo decide anyone else's fate. The hamster was faster than expected, darting and skidding across the polished floors with erratic energy, its oversized limbs crashing through shelves and displays as it careened toward panicked shoppers. Naruto followed close, keeping low, each step calculated to stay just ahead of its chaos. The thing squealed like an engine, its massive form barreling between aisles, knocking over stands of dog food and fish tanks alike. Naruto's fists clenched, he could tell this one had less mass than the frog. But more speed, more unpredictability. He couldn't let it get near anyone else. He skidded into a corner as it wheeled sharply toward an open space, and then saw exactly where it was going. Max and Gwen. Naruto's eyes widened, the creature was bearing down on them, fast, uncaring. Gwen looked up just in time to see it hurtling their way, her eyes going wide in shock. Max moved instinctively in front of her, but he was too slow. No, Naruto's thoughts narrowed into one word: protect. Before he even realized it, chakra flared behind him. Two clones appeared, the first clone grabbed him and the other, launching him upward, then the second clone kicked him forward with a burst of momentum. He arced through the air, Rasengan already forming in his hand, chakra swirling and crackling with violent momentum. The hamster was too close, there was no time to dodge, not that it seemed like it would. Naruto crashed down in front of Gwen with a hard slam, his arm cocked back. His eyes locked onto the beast. And then, he drove the Rasengan straight into the hamster's head. The boom echoed like a cannon blast, sending shockwaves through the aisle. The mutated rodent squealed as it was launched back through several stands of pet supplies, crashing into the far wall and finally slumping over in a dazed heap. Naruto panted, landing in a crouch, steam rising from his hands. He quickly turned back toward Gwen and Max, his voice steady but urgent. "You two all right?" Max gave a tight nod. Gwen was still wide-eyed, but she nodded too. "Why yeah, that was close." Naruto barely had time to respond before a shadow fell across them. Anamo. He was right there, at the end of the aisle, standing atop a stack of broken shelves, his form half-lit by the flickering fluorescent light overhead. The helmet glinted menacingly, and his eyes burned with mania. He raised his arms like a prophet addressing the unworthy. "You see, you fight and you resist, and for what?" he spat, his voice shrill and triumphant. "The world is already mine, you just don't know it yet. You can't stop progress. You can't stop evolution, and you," he pointed a clawed finger directly at Naruto, "you won't be around to delay it." Then he laughed, manic, triumphant, as he whistled sharply. The great mutated bird screeched from above, smashing through a skylight as it swooped in. Debris rained down, glass shattering across the floor. Anamo leapt, landing perfectly on the bird's back. He turned once more to sneer down at them all. "This isn't over, this is only the beginning. Phase 2 will reshape this world, and I'll be there, king of the new age." With that, the bird flapped violently, stirring up wind and wreckage as it rose into the air and vanished into the sky through the broken ceiling. Naruto stood frozen, watching the speck in the sky disappear. His jaw tensed. They were going to have to go after him. Outside, the city lights grew brighter. And somewhere ahead, so did the danger. Naruto leaned against the RV's side wall, watching the city lights blur past through the window. His mind kept circling back to Anamo, how bizarre the man was. From the moment they'd encountered him, something felt off. Not just the rambling or the way he spoke like a stage actor on a breakdown, but deeper than that. Something unhinged. Even as Anamo escaped into the chaos, they still didn't know who he really was. Why animals? Why mutate them? Why that kind of tech? He'd seen strange science before, but the kind of tech Anamo used was leagues ahead of what should be publicly available. And the stolen components, what were they even for? They weren't just random junk, the precision of it all had weight behind it. Purpose. His thoughts were interrupted when Max suddenly muttered from the driver's seat, "This reminds me of the old days." Naruto blinked, glancing toward him. "Old days?" Max didn't answer immediately. Gwen turned in her seat. "What kind of plumber were you anyway, Grandpa?" There was a short hitch, barely noticeable, but Naruto caught it. Max shrugged with a tight grin, "A darn good one." Naruto raised an eyebrow, filing that away in the same place he kept questions about where Gamakichi had really been sent. Secrets layered behind a casual tone. But Max quickly shifted his attention to Ben, who was slumped in the front passenger seat, arms crossed and staring at the floor. "You okay, Ben?" Ben didn't look up right away. "He knocked me out," he mumbled. "One hit, a tongue flick, I didn't even see it coming." Naruto lifted his gaze at that, locking eyes with Ben through the rearview mirror. For all of Ben's usual bravado, this felt real, quiet, frustrated. Max's voice came steady. "It was one fight, Ben, that doesn't make or break anything." Ben let out a sigh. "Yeah, well, it sure felt like it. "You're still learning the watch," Max said. "You were quick, you got in, but sometimes speed isn't enough. Sometimes instinct isn't either. You've got to learn from the loss, not dwell in it." There was a long pause before Ben muttered, "Easy for you to say, you're not the one getting one shot." Max smiled faintly, glancing over at him. "I've been taken down before, we all have, you'll be stronger for it." Naruto watched the exchange quietly, reading between the lines. It wasn't just about the mission. It was about growth, expectations, and the weight Ben was slowly starting to feel. Maybe more than he was letting on. "I found it," Gwen called from the table. Naruto stood, stepping beside her and leaning in to read the screen. Gwen's breath caught slightly when he got close, her cheeks coloring, but she didn't say anything. Naruto read aloud, his tone quiet but firm. "Dr. Aloysius Anamo, 10 years ago, a world-renowned scientist. Genetic mutations, breakthroughs in small animal enhancement, that all checks out." He narrowed his eyes. "But then it says he lost some major scientific award. Something prestigious." He wasn't just bitter, he snapped, "went underground. 5 years later, he shows up again, with a small army of mutated animals, finds the guy who supposedly stole some award from him, and kills him. He paused, then disappears." Naruto leaned back slightly, blinking as he realized how close he'd been to Gwen. He gave an awkward chuckle and stepped away, scratching his neck. "Sorry." Gwen cleared her throat and waved it off, though her face was still a bit red. Max's voice came next, gruff and frustrated. "We lost him. He kept his eyes on the road, could be going anywhere in DC right now." Naruto's eyes widened, Anamo's voice echoed in his mind, "Washington, B.C. He turned toward Max, the Natural History Museum, that's where he'd go." Max didn't ask how he knew, he just hit the gas. They arrived at the museum's entrance, the night air still thick with tension. The massive front doors were bent inward like something had torn straight through them. Shattered glass littered the steps, and just beside the wreckage lay a single, oversized feather, bright white like snow. It was nearly as long as Max's arm. Max crouched beside it, fingers brushing the edge. "Well, Naruto, looks like you were right." Naruto nodded once, golden hair shifting with the breeze. "If that thing's here, we're already behind, don't expect him to be unprepared." With that, the group slipped inside. The museum was eerily quiet. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting pale light over dioramas frozen in time. They moved through the first exhibit, a recreation of ancient Mesopotamia. Stone idols, faded tapestries, a cracked replica of the Ishtar Gate. Their footsteps echoed down the tiled halls as they passed into the second area, early human history. Wax figures of prehistoric people huddled near mock fires and cave walls etched in paint. They rounded a corner and entered the main bone gallery. Skeletons of extinct animals lined the towering hall, saber-toothed cats, terror birds, mammoths, mastodons, a looming Tyrannosaurus rex in mid-roar. Most were elevated on raised platforms, surrounded by panels of historical info and QR tags for virtual displays. But at the far end of the room, someone moved, tinkering with wires, muttering under his breath. The man was hunched over a control panel cobbled together from scrap tech. Power cables snaked across the floor, plugged into a massive rig welded to the wall. Naruto moved quietly, feet gliding across the tile. But before he could make his move, "Don't," the man said, voice echoing down the hall. He stood, slowly turning around. In one hand he held a dead man's switch, thumb pressed firmly to the trigger. "Take one more step, you and whoever else you dragged along won't be walking out of here, not in one piece." Naruto froze. He recognized the type of switch instantly, basic but deadly. If the man's thumb slipped, this whole wing of the museum would collapse in on itself. The stranger turned fully, revealing a gaunt face stretched with deep lines. Greasy gray hair curled from beneath a domed helmet fitted with glowing red lenses. His lab coat was filthy, one sleeve half burned. Beneath the grime and madness, his eyes landed directly on Naruto. "You must be the blonde," he said, tilting his head. "The one who's been annoying my pets." His lips curled. "You look odd without your mask, and where, pray tell, is your giant lizard friend?" Naruto kept his tone even. "Doesn't matter where he is, what matters is that you stop whatever you're planning." The man gave a low, bitter laugh. "Stop, oh my boy, we've barely even started. As for your concern, don't be, what I took from the Mega Mart is none of your business." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Then why all this stolen tech, mutated animals, what are you building?" The man shook his head, almost sadly. "Persistence, you know what I hate more than failure, persistence." Ben stepped forward now, voice firm. "It's over, freak, give it up." The man lifted his head. "Oh, on the contrary." He raised his helmet, and a pulse of energy surged from the twin horns attached to it, red, unstable, humming with power. The beam struck the mammoth skeleton behind him. Flesh began to crawl over bone. Chunks of muscle burst from the inside out, cords of sinew latching across ribs. A thick, gray hide wrapped around it like liquid fabric, solidifying in seconds. In a matter of moments. The creature was whole, massive, tusked, and breathing. Its red eyes glowed, locked onto them like prey. Naruto took a step back, stunned. This wasn't just mutation. This was complete reanimation, control at a cellular level. If it acted anything like the other animals, it wouldn't hesitate to kill. And it would follow Anamo's commands without question. "Behold my genius," the man declared, stepping backward toward the exit. "And I assure you, this won't be the last you see of it tonight." With that, he was gone, vanishing into the dark corridor as the monstrous mammoth snorted steam from its nostrils. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Gwen whispered, "What do we do?" Naruto's mind was already calculating: walls, cover, the weight of the ceiling if it collapsed. But Ben stepped forward instead, cracking his neck. "I've got this one," he said. "You guys go after the lunatic, I'll take on Big, Horned, and Hairy." Naruto turned to look at him. Ben's face was steady, serious, the same glint he usually had returning, even if this one was weaker. Naruto gave a nod, "Be careful." Ben just nodded back, "Always." Then the mammoth charged. Naruto turned, grabbed Gwen's hand without thinking, and bolted toward the corridor Anamo escaped through, Max following close behind. Behind them, the ground shook as Ben met the beast head-on. Naruto led the way as they pushed deeper into the museum. The air inside was thicker now, carrying the heavy scent of metal, dust, and something unnatural, something cooked in labs and born from madness. Their boots echoed against the tile, past displays of ancient tools and skeletons frozen mid-roar. Dinosaurs lined the exhibit halls, towering above them with jaws wide and claws posed in violent tension. Raptors. Stegosaurs. A nearly complete Tyrannosaurus stretching its body across the length of the final display room like a predator just waiting for a reason to move. And in the middle of all of it, Anamo. The man was hunched near a capsule the size of a small car, wires coiled around it like a nest of snakes. A loud click hissed from some device as his mutated bird swooped in from a shattered skylight above. Its wingspan nearly clipping the museum walls. With practiced precision, it hooked the capsule in its talons and lifted off again, vanishing through the open ceiling. Gwen's hand lifted toward it but dropped just as fast, too late for action. Naruto's focus stayed on Anamo, who turned toward them with that same wide, twitching smile. His eyes danced with the erratic brightness of a man lost in his own world. "You're not stopping me," Anamo said suddenly, his voice rising like a stage actor at the climax of a tragedy. "You're too late, too small-minded, too human." Gwen stepped forward, voice steady but sharp. "What was in that capsule? what exactly are you doing? We found your old reports. The high tech, the disappearance. People have been hurt, are you trying to kill more? Anamo's shoulders tensed, then slowly, he rose to his full height. Kill, no, never, not again anyways. The last bit of blood on my hands was a happy accident, but death, as a whole, is a symptom of stagnation, but evolution. His eyes lit up. That's where life truly begins. Naruto frowned, tension rising in his gut. The way Anamo stood, the way he spoke, none of it felt like someone bluffing. The man was committed, steady hands, jittering voice. He was chaos dressed in purpose. Anamo tilted his head slightly, like he was weighing how much to give away. You see, Washington is a city trapped in fossilized thinking. The crime has skyrocketed since I've been gone, it's uncontrollable chaos. Before it can evolve, it must first be reduced, washed clean. He threw a hand to the sky. That capsule carries a synthetic compound capable of infecting all biological life within a 50-mile radius. Once dispersed, I'll use my transmodulator to broadcast a convergent wave across the city. Animals, humans, insects, reborn, rewritten, under my guidance. Naruto's jaw clenched. And that's just the beginning, Anamo's voice cracked with joy. Every major city in America will follow, I'll lead the species into a new age, into my age. Gwen shook her head, you're insane. Insanity is merely genius denied. Anamo barked, turning on her. And you, little girl, wouldn't understand what it means to have your brilliance ignored. Naruto took a slow step forward, the dead man's switch was still in Anamo's hand, thumb pressed tightly. If he slipped, the whole building was gone. Anamo, Naruto said, voice low. You're smarter than this, you know innocent people will die. Anamo's expression twitched, flickering for a second. And what would a child like you know about the cost of greatness? I know what it means to be hurt and still not want to spread it, Naruto said. I know what it's like to lose someone you care about and wonder what you could have done differently. I know what happens when someone who's broken tries to fix the world without fixing themselves first. There was a flicker behind Anamo's glasses, a moment, half a second. And then it shattered. Enough. Anamo slammed his free hand against the transmodulator's control panel. A red beam surged forward and struck the nearest skeleton, a Tyrannosaurus. The bones shuddered. Ribs jerked, muscle and sinew began to knit over the bones like a nightmare unfolding. The creature roared, low, guttural, alive. Behold, Anamo cried, spinning in place with manic glee. My prehistoric army, let the city crumble under their steps, let the old world be devoured by the past. More beams flashed, hitting two other skeletons. Raptors dropped from their displays, limbs twitching and reforming. A pterosaur above them began to flap rotten wings, its screech rattling the glass. One of the raptors lunged, claws swiping Gwen off her feet and dragging her back. Gwen, Naruto, and Max yelled in unison. The chaos exploded. A raptor burst through a wall, the T-Rex barreled toward the museum's exit, smashing through glass and steel like paper, alarms howled. Naruto's eyes locked on the retreating bird, Gwen caught in its grip. He could see her kicking, trying to wriggle free. Fear spiked through him. Anamo vanished behind the growing cloud of dust and noise, but his voice echoed like a phantom. This is the beginning, you will thank me when you've evolved. Max grabbed Naruto by the shoulder, pulling him back behind a tipped display case as another skeleton came to life. Naruto, listen to me, that capsule, if what he said is true, it's our top priority. I can't let Gwen, I know, Max nodded, his eyes were serious, but not panicked. And that's why you're the one who goes after her. You're the only one who can move fast enough to catch that bird. I'll stay behind, I'll figure out where that capsule's headed, and how to shut it down. Naruto hesitated. Go, she needs you. Naruto exhaled slowly. Gwen was screaming somewhere in the sky. The dinosaurs were spilling into the streets. Anamo's madness had only just begun. He tightened his fists, already channeling chakra to his legs. "All right," he muttered. "I'm going." Then he vanished in a blur of motion, chasing the wind and the shadow of wings that carried Gwen away into the city night. Naruto's feet hit the pavement with force, chakra burning through his legs as he sprinted past shattered glass and chaos. His breath was steady, but his mind was racing. Screams echoed from inside the museum. Horns blared. Somewhere behind him, a dinosaur let out a roar that shook the windows of a parked sedan. But all of that blurred into background noise. His eyes were locked on the sky. Gwen. The mutated bird was climbing higher, wings stretching wide as it veered through downtown, its claws wrapped tight around her arms. She struggled, but it was no use, they were already too high, too fast. Naruto weaved through the wreckage, leaping over crushed cars, ducking under a low-hanging tail of some mutated stegosaur. Every step had to be exact, miss one beat, and he was done. This city is falling apart, he thought grimly. And I'm chasing a damn bird across it like this is just another mission. He kicked off a fire hydrant, flipping onto the roof of a passing bus. From that height, he had a clear view of Gwen, her hair whipping in the wind, fear tightening her shoulders. The bird beat its wings harder, climbing above the buildings now. Naruto surged forward again, leaping rooftop to rooftop, pumping chakra into his calves with every bound. The wind tore at his jacket. The city blurred beneath him. "Focus, you've done harder things than this." But even as he told himself that, doubt clawed at the back of his mind. He was fast, but was he fast enough? A shadow passed overhead, the bird stalled midair. "No, no," Naruto whispered. And then it dropped her. Gwen screamed. Naruto's heart lunged. "Shit," he growled, launching himself off the rooftop with everything he had. He didn't think, didn't breathe, just moved. Wind howled in his ears as he soared through open air, eyes fixed on the falling blur of red hair and pale skin. The skyline spun around him, a heartbeat, two, then, he caught her. Their momentum nearly pulled him off course, but he tucked her close, one arm around her back, the other pressed beneath her knees. He flared chakra through his limbs, slowing their fall just enough to land with a heavy roll on the edge of a construction crane. Dust kicked up around them. Gwen clutched his jacket, eyes wide. She was breathing hard, face flushed, not just from the fall. "Why you caught me?" Naruto gave a small breathless grin, adjusting his grip. "Yeah, would've sucked if I missed." Her heart pounded against his chest. She blinked a few times, clearly trying to find something to say. You didn't have to catch me like a princess or anything." He shrugged, still half crouched from the landing. "You want me to drop you and try again?" That got a laugh, nervous, but real. Their eyes met, then she looked away quickly, cheeks burning. Naruto's own face stayed steady, but inside he was trying to keep his thoughts from spiraling. That bird dropped her without hesitation, just a warning shot, or a tactic. He looked back toward the skyline, the bird had curved out of sight, flying west, probably toward wherever Anamo planned to launch the next stage of his plan. "This guy's more dangerous than I thought." He finally glanced down at Gwen, who was still recovering. "You all right?" She nodded. "Yeah, thanks to you." He let her down gently onto the platform. Then he stood, eyes narrowing in the direction the bird had gone. "All right," he muttered. "Time to clip its wings." The last crash echoed through the museum as four arms hurled the mutated mammoth straight into the marble wall, the massive beast cracking through with a low bellow before it slumped unconscious into a pile of rubble and broken glass. Ben dropped to a crouch, breathing hard, red skin scraped and bruised. His four muscular arms flexed slightly as he stood. Each movement carried weight, shoulders thick. Frame towering, red flesh glinting with the dust and grime of the battle. Black stripes etched across his forearms and torso, and his signature white tank with the hourglass symbol stretched across his chest. Guess that's the last one, Ben thought, rolling his shoulders with a grunt. Hope they all handled the rest of this mess. He took one step forward, and the hourglass symbol on his chest blinked red. With a flash of green light, his towering form shrunk back down into his human self, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground. He blinked, catching his breath as the echo of power left his limbs. Great, he muttered, glancing down at the watch. Right when I needed it most. Ben started toward the main hall again, but paused, hearing the creak of a door. Anamo stepped back into the room, still clutching the dead man's switch tight in one hand, his cloak dragging across the floor, his face twisted with focus. He was muttering under his breath, something about energy fields, about stabilizers, about an uplift protocol, too quiet to catch all of it. Ben ducked behind a broken column, pressing his back to the cool stone. What is he planning now, he wondered. There's no way this guy's done. Not with the way he was raving earlier. Ben glanced down at the red dial on his watch, still no green, still locked out. What am I supposed to do without it? He swallowed, hard. Without it, I'm just some kid. That thought hit deeper than it should have. For a second, all he saw was Anamo standing there, still powerful, still holding the detonator that could wreck the city, and Ben was just, Ben, I can't stop him like this, not like this. But then something pulled at his memory, Naruto's voice, steady, blunt, like it always was. You don't need the watch to be a hero. Ben clenched his fists. He shook the doubt out of his head. Okay, I can do this, he won't expect me to try without it. I just need to hit him fast, get the switch, and end it. Ben peeked out once more. Anamo was still pacing, distracted, mumbling about power surges and signal relays. Now. With a surge of adrenaline, Ben darted out from behind the rubble, sprinting across the floor in total silence. Anamo barely turned before Ben tackled him from the side, grabbing his wrist, the one with the switch, and digging in his weight. The villain shrieked, twisting, but Ben gritted his teeth and held on, pressing down just hard enough to keep the pressure exact. No, get off, Anamo flailed. Ben slammed his knee into the man's side, driving him down. With his free hand, he yanked the strange helmet from Anamo's head and flung it aside, then cracked his elbow across the scientist's jaw. Anamo went limp. Ben sat there for a moment, breathing heavy, hand still wrapped tight around the switch in case. He slowly pried it from Anamo's fingers and stood up, staring at the device. Okay, one part down, now what the heck do I do with this? Just then, the door slammed open. Naruto stepped through with Gwen in tow, eyes scanning until they landed on Ben, and widened. Ben raised the device awkwardly. Surprise? Naruto blinked, then smirked. You really tackled him yourself? Ben nodded, still a little dazed. He didn't see me coming, remembered what you said, about not needing the watch. Naruto walked over, inspecting the device before taking it gently from Ben's hand. His fingers traced the trigger, flipping it in a clean movement before the switch gave a soft click. Disarmed. He looked back at Ben. You did good. Ben rubbed the back of his neck, eyes flicking to the watch. You were right, but I still feel like I could have frozen up, you know? You didn't, Naruto said plainly. That's what matters. There was a pause. Hey, when all this is over, Ben added, do you think you could train me, like, for real? Naruto gave a short nod, one corner of his mouth lifting. Yeah, I think it's about time. They both turned as Gwen stepped closer, visibly relieved. Ben looked down at Anamo, then back at his watch. This time, I won without it. He smiled. And for the first time in a long while, it actually felt earned. The moonlight shimmered over the quiet lake, casting silver reflections that danced on the ripples just past the edge of the rust bucket's shadow. The night air was humid, thick with the scent of pine and damp soil. Naruto sat on a log a few feet from the RV, fingers twitching around a mess of wires, scrap plating, and the glowing core of the orange robot they'd fought days ago. He squinted at the flickering symbols now appearing on his laptop screen, still indecipherable, alien, complex. He'd been feeding the thing into his tech for over a day now. Max said the system might crack the language in another 24 hours. Hopefully, until then, he had time to kill. Time to train. He sighed, reached behind him, and unrolled an old scroll from his travel bag, the same one Jiraiya had given him. One of the last pieces of home he hadn't burned, lost, or outgrown. The paper was torn near the edge, a blood-stained wrinkle along the binding. Naruto's brows lowered. That wasn't new, it must have gotten damaged right before he left. He hadn't opened it in months. He flipped through the pages anyway, scanning seals, notes, chakra patterns, then he stopped. A tear ran straight through the section on Earth release. Another across wind-based clones, ink blurred into brownish smears where blood had soaked through. The rest wasn't salvageable either. TCH, Naruto rolled the scroll shut, tighter than necessary. He didn't throw it, but the thought crossed his mind. There went that plan. A wedge in his own progress, placed months ago by a decision he could never take back. That scroll had been a fallback, a part of the old him. But this world didn't care about shadow clones or summoning contracts, he had to adapt. Still seated, he stared down at his hands. They looked clean under the moonlight, but they felt heavier than they had earlier. No elemental scrolls, no new jutsu, nothing left to learn but what he could teach himself. His thoughts circled in silence, then they landed on the one thing that still made sense. That night in Bellwood. The crimson energy pulsing from his palm. His chakra was different now, unstable in some ways, but alive, raw. He breathed in slowly and focused, inhaling deeper. He felt the familiar tug of power just beneath his ribs. The separation wasn't a technique, it was instinct now. A survival trait, something born from the Nine Tails' absence and whatever else the tailed beast left behind in him. Physical energy, spiritual energy, each one held unique pressure. Alone, neither could form proper ninjutsu. But together, they made chakra. If he split them, they manifested as something else entirely. Maybe it wasn't about having dozens of jutsu anymore. Maybe it was about sharpening what remained until nothing could touch him. Naruto pulled back his palm and let the physical energy surge through it. He shaped it. Just like the Rasengan. His other hand steadied it, spiraling. Compressing, flaring red. When he opened his eyes, the orb pulsed in the center of his hand, burning crimson and crackling at the edges like a dying star. Unlike the traditional Rasengan, this one tugged at the air around it, a faint suction, like it was trying to consume. Physically, it felt hot, but his spirit, it felt like something deeper was being drawn into the core. Like it could tear something apart more than explode it. Not just destruction, consumption. He held it for a second longer, then dispelled it with a sharp breath. It's all chakra control, he muttered under his breath. Same base, different shape. It made sense, the Rasengan was already a pure chakra technique. This was just a variation. Still, if he wanted to use that crimson chakra effectively, if he wanted to shape it into more than just a blunt weapon, he'd have to control it with surgical precision. Naruto groaned and leaned back, letting his head tilt toward the sky. Figures, he mumbled. Years of training in Konoha and it was all chakra control. Now it's all I've got left. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the quiet of the night settle around him. Then, snap. His body tensed. A subtle shift in the trees. Just past the edge of the clearing, a few leaves disturbed. Too clean to be wind, too soft for Max or Ben's usual steps. He was on his feet before he realized it, silent, controlled. His eyes sharpened. Hands low, posture defensive, not human, his instincts whispered, or if it was, it didn't move like one. The scroll was forgotten now, his senses shifted entirely into focus, no sounds from the RV. Just the lake, the night insects, and that faint presence beyond the trees. His chakra flared softly in his fingertips, not enough to spark light, but enough to prepare. If something was watching. It picked the wrong night. The wind shifted again. Naruto didn't need to look, he felt it before it happened. A sudden weight in the air. The quiet thump of someone landing on solid ground. Just ahead of him, between moonlight and shadow, a figure emerged. Slim, deliberate, and clothed in the dark-stitched armor of a Konoha Anbu, chestplate fitted to a lean frame, black and gray flak jacket layered beneath a black cloak that caught the breeze. The pale white of a porcelain cat mask stared blankly back at him, delicate red lines painted along the edges, stylized like whiskers. She stood still, spine straight, arms relaxed but ready. Pink hair spilled from behind the mask in a tight knot, though the ends fluttered freely near her shoulders. A few inches shorter than him, but he knew this presence. The chakra, the posture. His hand clenched unconsciously. No way. A breath caught in his chest. He hadn't seen her in years, hadn't planned to ever see her again. Sakura, he muttered with a scowl, the name falling out sharp. His brows lowered, mouth tight, anger crept up his neck like a rising tide. But the masked figure didn't flinch, she tilted her head slightly, then responded flatly. "It's Cat, now." Her voice was calm, detached, the same voice that used to scold him and call him an idiot, but stripped of warmth. Polished into something cleaner, shinobi grade. Naruto's eyes narrowed. 4 days since school started. 3 since he used his first Rasengan in nearly 3 years, and they already found him. So much for running. His mind turned over fast, but not fast enough to suppress the bitter taste building in his chest. Sakura broke the silence first. "It's been a while." He scoffed under his breath, "Don't talk to me like we're friends." The words hit like stones, he didn't care if they landed or not. He had waited too long, lost too much to hear that voice speak like nothing had happened. "I was done with the village when I brought Sasuke back." His tone sharpened. "You remember that, don't you, when the council wanted me executed, hung publicly, for dragging him back broken instead of dead, like they told me to?" He stepped forward once, jaw tight, rage crackling beneath his skin. "And you ridiculed me, mocked me, said I failed, that I should have known better. That I didn't try hard enough to bring him back whole, when I should have killed him and been done with it." His voice shook slightly, not from weakness, but restraint. The part of him that still tried to stay calm. Sasuke was a prick. Consumed by power. If I wasn't so damn loyal, if I didn't mistake it for friendship, he would have been in the ground. He exhaled hard through his nose. Jiraiya was the only one who helped me, got me out of that circus of a prosecution. Tsunade tried, but it was too late by then. Silence. For a moment, neither moved. Then Sakura, or Cat, spoke again. Voice level. "That doesn't matter now." She took one step forward. "I've found you, and I was told to only speak if the suspicions were true." Naruto's gaze burned through the mask, then spit it out. She hesitated. For the first time, something flickered in her posture, then she spoke. "Lord Sixth wants you to return to Konoha." She didn't sugarcoat it. "Without our Jinchuriki, the village looks weak." Naruto's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched. So the secret was out. He shook his head once, scoffing, "LSO, they finally told everyone what I was. Guess keeping it quiet didn't matter after all." Sakura didn't argue. She just added, "Before we use force, I've been ordered to give you a choice. To move on peacefully, to come home." A pause. "And with my own words, Naruto." Her voice softened for the first time since she arrived. "I think you should come back. It's not the same without you. you were our #1 knuckle-headed ninja. Naruto flinched, not visibly, but deep inside something coiled. He shook his head. Stop, he said quietly. Just stop. His voice was low, flat, there was no venom, only emptiness. And just like that, her mask of warmth cracked and fell away, her voice turned ice-cold again. I thought that would have worked. She reached up slowly, fingers gripping the side of her mask, and pulled it free. Sakura looked older now, sharper, her features refined, softer in some places, harder in others. Her hair was longer, messier than it used to be, a few strands falling in front of her face. The red gloves on her hands were worn at the edges, her eyes more hollow than he remembered. She stared at him, no tears, no smile. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, she said quietly. But even if you're forced back, I'll be fine. I have everything I need back home. She looked off for a second before locking eyes with him again. I don't care about you, not really, not anymore. But I do respect you, and I'm telling you, it's dangerous not to come back peacefully. Her voice held no threat. Just certainty. Then, without another word, she turned and walked into the shadows of the trees, vanishing into the dark. Naruto watched her go. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't chase. Only once she was gone did he let out a breath and lower his gaze, thoughts crashing over him like cold rain. He stood there a while longer, giving the forest one final glare. Then, finally, he exhaled, long and quiet. TCH, he turned, back toward the RV, back toward the road, back toward whatever future he could carve for himself, far from the ghosts still clinging to Konoha. Naruto sat down slowly, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose, his body still warm from the chase and the tension from the conversation. Sakura's words hadn't just faded, they clung to his thoughts like a fog. They found me in 4 days, 4 days since my first Rasengan in 3 years. Half a week, that's all it took. The timeline didn't add up unless someone had been watching, tracking, waiting. Her words echoed, I think you should come back, it's not the same without you, even if you're forced back, I have everything I need at home. He scoffed quietly, sure you do, maybe she thought that was mercy. Honesty, even, but it felt like dismissal, the kind of cold truth people say after they've long since let you go. Sakura hadn't changed, not where it mattered. Naruto leaned back on his hands and stared up at the sky, the weight of it all sinking in. If they were already sending Anbu after him, even under the guise of peace, then time was shorter than he thought. And if they weren't afraid to tell the village what he was, or rather what he used to be, they weren't afraid to use him again either. He'd fought so hard to avoid being a tool, a weapon, a burden. A breath left him, not quite a sigh, not quite calm. Then the bench shifted. He turned his head slightly to see Gwen dropping beside him with a huff, arms crossed, seaweed still clinging to her ponytail. Her brows were furrowed, cheeks puffed in frustration, and she didn't say anything for a second. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You good? He asked, voice casual, but kind. Your little brother, Gwen muttered darkly, thought it would be funny to sneak up on me dressed in seaweed. As 4 arms. Naruto blinked, then a small chuckle escaped before he caught himself. Gwen snapped her head toward him, eyes narrowing like a hawk. It was just a harmless prank, he said, holding up his hands. I know, she sighed, pulling seaweed from her shoulder. It's not that, I guess I just thought, this kind of stuff would stop eventually, we'd grow out of it. Ben's just having fun, Naruto said. Even with everything going on, watch drama, killer science freaks, mutant birds. He's still got energy, still grinning. Gwen looked away, lips pressing into a line. Her expression shifted, less annoyed, more uncertain. He gets to be carefree, she said. I'm just always the one who's left dealing with the cleanup. Or the planning, or the worrying. Naruto tilted his head, watching her, maybe he leans on you more than he lets on. I don't want to be leaned on, I want to be listened to, she exhaled. I don't need to be the uptight one all the time. There was a quiet moment, then Naruto bumped her shoulder lightly with his. I could help, even the score a little, teach you some tricks. I was a prank master back when I was 13. You, really, she said, glancing at him, the corners of her lips twitched. Oh yeah, he grinned. Trip wires, chalk bombs, paint traps, I had this one that involved hot sauce, a frog, and a fake confession letter. That sounds like a lawsuit. Totally worth it. He smirked. Besides, I said I'd help you train, right? Pranks are just the warm-up. Alien danger, rogue scientists, and weirdos with mammoths, you need something more than just a snarky comeback. She tilted her head, still trying to make me a weapon? Maybe, he said, tone softening. I'm also trying to make sure you're not left behind if things get worse. Her expression faltered, but she looked away quickly. Max can handle himself, Naruto went on, even for a plumber, with the run-ins we've had, he's definitely been able to hold his own. Gwen pulled at the last strand of seaweed from her sleeve, her hands suddenly still. Okay, she said. I'll train with you, but on one condition. He turned to her. You have to help me prank Ben first. Naruto's grin spread wide. You got straight to business, he said with a laugh. A blush rose in Gwen's cheeks, but she kept her eyes forward. My cousin might be the childish one, she muttered, but I want to have some fun this summer too. Something in that hit Naruto unexpectedly hard. She wasn't just annoyed, she was trying. Trying to enjoy this, trying to keep up, and maybe she didn't even realize how much pressure she was under. He stared at her for a second longer than he meant to, then looked away as heat crawled up his neck. I can come up with something good, he said, covering the shift in tone. But I'll wag I know tomorrow when I can. Gwen glanced at him through her lashes and smiled. It was subtle, but warm, like she was starting to see something in him she hadn't before. Naruto didn't notice, or maybe, he didn't want to. Instead, he stood and stretched. All right, he said, brushing imaginary dust off his pants. Operation Ben Trickery is a go. Gwen stood too, nudging him with her elbow. You're supposed to be my mentor, not a co-conspirator. I can multitask. And as they walked back toward the RV, closer than before, more in sync, Gwen laughed softly beside him. Naruto's mind drifted only for a moment, back to Sakura's words, back to the weight of being found again, but then he looked at Gwen. Her hair still a little tangled from the bird chase. Her cheeks still a little red from the sun. Her eyes clearer than anything he'd seen in a long time. And for now, that was enough. Gwen stirred awake to a faint chirping outside the rust bucket. The soft hush of lake water brushing the shore mixed with the distant hum of cicadas. She blinked up at the ceiling, groggy and unsure what had woken her exactly. It wasn't Ben snoring for once. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. The sun hadn't even fully risen yet, the light filtering through the RV's curtains was still cold and blue. Yawning, she glanced toward the makeshift curtain that split Naruto's space from the rest of theirs. Empty. Gwen frowned slightly, tugging on her navy blue sweater as she stepped down quietly. He's up already, that wasn't too surprising. Naruto didn't seem like the type to sleep in, still, something about it nagged at her, enough that her feet were already slipping into her sneakers. Not that she was worried or anything, of course not, she just wanted to know what he was doing out there this early, strictly curiosity, that was it. She told herself that again as she stepped out into the cool morning air. The forest wasn't far, just a short walk along the edge of the lake, where the mist still clung to the grass and the birds hadn't started their full choir. She followed the faint sound of running water. There was a waterfall nearby. Small and quiet, like a secret tucked into the trees, that's where she found him. Naruto was running up the falls. Literally running, up, the falls. Gwen paused, hidden behind a tree, her breath caught in her throat. He was shirtless, sweat glistening on his skin as he focused on his steps, chakra spiraling beneath his feet in soft pulses. It was mesmerizing. Every movement was sharp, practiced, controlled, like he wasn't just training his body, but anchoring his mind to something bigger. She swallowed. It's not like I'm staring, she told herself, it's just, she wasn't sure what it was. Naruto landed gracefully near the edge, his breath steady, back rising and falling. He turned slightly, then froze, his head shifted toward the trees. You gonna keep hiding, or are you planning on ambushing me? Gwen stepped out with a small huff, arms crossed. I wasn't hiding, just watching. Then, realizing how that sounded, she quickly added, not like that, I just didn't want to interrupt. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a half-grin tugging at the corner of his mouth as he walked over to where she stood, casually tugging his shirt on over his head. Sure, early morning stroll just happened to lead you into the forest where I'm training? Gwen scoffed, not harshly, but flustered, I was just curious where you went. It's weird waking up and not finding you at the rust bucket. That's all. His smile softened a little, fair enough. There was a pause, the breeze picking up between them, rustling the leaves. So, Gwen said, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Are you gonna teach me that prank now, or do I have to sit through another waterfall ninja session first? Naruto's grin returned, only if you train with me after. She rolled her eyes, again, not annoyed, but more of a you're impossible kind of look. Figures. He stepped over to a rock and picked up a canteen, sipping before continuing. I mean, it's a good trade, you get revenge on Ben, I get someone who can keep up while I work on chakra control. Gwen tilted her head slightly. Still working on control, you make it look pretty easy. Naruto shook his head, it's not that simple, I hit a wall, the scroll I used to train with, it's damaged, bloodstained actually. Can't learn anything else from it, his voice dropped slightly, eyes flicking down as he added, so now I'm stuck teaching myself, or making new jutsu from scratch. She blinked, you can make jutsu? Anyone can, he said, folding his arms. But most shinobi rely on what's already written, I don't really have that option anymore. Gwen hesitated before speaking, her voice quieter this time. That sounds, kind of lonely. Naruto shrugged, not the first time I've had to figure things out alone. There was a quiet beat between them again. Gwen studied him, how his jaw tensed when he was thinking, how his tone softened slightly when he talked about his past, even when he tried to brush it off. She didn't know everything he'd been through, but something told her the loneliness part wasn't new. Well, she said, stepping a little closer, you're not totally alone anymore. Naruto looked at her. She cleared her throat quickly, I mean, with me and Ben and Grandpa. We're a team, right? You've got people now. He stared for a moment longer than she expected, then offered a small, genuine smile, yeah, I do. And just like that, the moment passed. Gwen nudged his shoulder lightly. Now come on, sensei, teach me how to prank my cousin. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. Alright. But I warn you, I was a menace when I was 13. If I teach you my ways, you'll be unstoppable. That's the plan, she said with a smirk, but inside, she was already feeling a little unsteady. And maybe, just maybe, a little more drawn to him than she was ready to admit. By the time the sun had fully crested above the trees, Gwen had already laughed more than she had in days. Naruto's prank lesson turned out to be, surprisingly intricate. Like a war veteran casually mapping a battlefield, he'd walked her through everything from rigging paint bombs under loose rocks to stuffing whoopee cushions beneath car cushions without leaving a trace. His hands moved with practiced ease, his grin widening every time one of her setups misfired and splattered harmless color onto herself. Too much tension in the wrist, he teased as she wiped red paint from her elbow. I'm tense because this is ridiculous, she grumbled, but there was no real bite to her tone. If anything, she was enjoying it more than she'd admit. But within an hour or two, something shifted. Their laughter faded into a quiet hum of the forest again, and Naruto stood a little straighter, his tone turning from playful to focused. "All right," he said, clapping his hands once. "We've pranked Ben enough for one morning, let's get serious." Gwen stood opposite him now on a soft patch of grass, just out of sight from the rust bucket. The trees surrounded them in a loose ring of shade, but a shaft of sunlight fell right between them. It felt like some kind of weird training montage moment, only she was pretty sure no montage ever included a ninja circling her like a predator assessing its prey. She straightened her spine, trying to ignore how much her pulse had picked up. This is normal, this is fine. And yet, Naruto's gaze was sharp, analytical. His blue eyes flicked over her arms, her posture, her stance. There wasn't anything inappropriate about it. He wasn't leering or acting weird, but the way he looked at her made her feel like he saw more than just muscle and balance. Like he could see everything she tried not to show. He stepped around behind her, arms folded, then circled back again before crouching slightly to examine her legs. "Huh," he muttered. "Your muscle density's more developed than I expected. Do you already practice a style?" His head tilted, still focused on her lower half, and it took exactly 2 seconds before he blinked, clearly realizing how it looked. He straightened suddenly. I meant like, your leg strength. That's not a weird thing to notice, I swear." Gwen couldn't help it, she laughed. "I figured," she said, though her cheeks burned with a rush of embarrassment. Her thoughts, however, were less charitable. "Great. That wasn't weird at all, just a cute guy crouching near my legs, analyzing my thighs. Totally fine, totally normal." She swallowed that spiral down with a breath and said, "I did karate for a few years, started when I was 10, black belt by last winter. Guess that's something?" Naruto looked impressed. "That's good, that's really good, actually, means you've already got control, discipline, and muscle memory. So I won't mess with the core of your style. I'll just show you how to enhance it with chakra, add more power, reinforce your stance, and eventually, weapon integration." "Why not teach me a new style completely?" Gwen asked, crossing her arms. Naruto shrugged, "Because I don't really have one. I was never taught a clean-cut style like that. Just hand-to-hand, street fighting, brawling, but refined. Shinobi learned to be unpredictable. Most of the stuff I use is a mix of instinct and experience." He hesitated, glancing at her form again, then sighed. "And to be honest, a lot of what I was taught wouldn't suit you." She frowned. "Why not?" There was another pause, and Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, visibly awkward. "Because of your, bust." Gwen glanced down at her chest and sighed quietly. "Yeah, they're not exactly small." She knew she was filling out faster than some girls her age, not huge or anything, just enough to be noticeable. Enough to get comments like that. Not his fault, she told herself. Still, her cheeks warmed. Just, wish they didn't make training awkward sometimes. "Wow," she muttered under her breath. Naruto immediately raised his hands. "I'm not saying that like, it's not bad, it's just, some moves restrict upper body movement, and if you already have a style that works around your body type, it's smarter to build off that than to force something new." She stared at him. He looked genuinely embarrassed, his mouth tight, his eyes everywhere but on her chest now. Gwen let out a laugh she didn't mean to. "You're seriously bad at this." "Bad at what?" he asked, genuinely confused, talking about girls' bodies without sounding like you're in a health class. She grinned, despite the mortification bubbling in her stomach. The truth, she wasn't upset, not even close. Just, deeply aware of the way he saw her, and maybe a little glad he noticed her, even if his wording could use work. Naruto groaned, covering his face. "I walked right into that one." "Yup," she gave him a teasing push with her foot. "But it's fine, I get what you meant." He dropped his hands and smiled sheepishly. "Cool, anyway, wanna show me what you've got, just something simple, so I can see how you move." Gwen exhaled slowly, rolling her shoulders, she slipped into her usual stance, feet spaced, hands open and loose. "All right," she said, lips tugging into a confident smirk. "But don't blame me if you can't keep up." As she lunged forward into the first spar, there was still a flutter in her chest, but this time, it wasn't just from adrenaline. Naruto's stance was something else. Feet wide, weight evenly distributed, torso turned slightly to the side. His arms were crossed over his chest in a way that looked relaxed, but Gwen could feel the readiness behind it. The right hand floated forward, palm open and steady, while the left stayed behind, rotated downward, more like a coiled spring than a block. A stance built for offense and defense all at once. Gwen immediately understood why he'd made that comment earlier. That kind of stance would have been a mess on her. Her chest would have thrown off the balance. She glanced down with a soft, private sigh. Guess that was what Naruto meant, not an insult, just anatomy. Still, it was weird how conscious it made her feel. "Well," Naruto asked, tilting his head. "You attacking, or what?" That snapped her back. "Right, yeah, you said this is my training." She tightened her fists, centered herself. Then she lunged. Her karate training kicked in instinctively, sharp, fluid, powerful. Gwen opened with a feint to his left side, before twisting her hips and launching a heavy front kick toward his ribs. She followed with a short series of fast jabs, her body moving with practiced grace, trying to anticipate the blonde's movements. But Naruto was chaos in motion, where her style followed discipline and order, his was all instinct and unpredictability. Every time she came close, he shifted out of reach, bending at odd angles, spinning around her, brushing aside her momentum like wind through branches. One moment he blocked with the back of his hand, the next he ducked low and let her strikes pass inches from his face. Her grapples failed, not because she wasn't strong enough, but because she couldn't pin him. He was always moving, always turning her strength against her, just out of step enough to confuse her timing. Gwen growled under her breath, dropping low for a sweep, but Naruto jumped effortlessly, flipping over her leg and landing with a casual roll behind her. She turned, panting slightly. That, she muttered, was infuriating. Naruto laughed lightly, hands behind his head. "You're not bad, really, you're strong and smart, but you're still playing by the rules your style gave you, that's your biggest flaw." Gwen stood straight again, brushing her hair out of her face. Meaning, Naruto said, walking up and poking her lightly in the shoulder, "You're predictable. Grapples and kicks work, sure, but against someone like me, or worse, you're gonna need a mix of everything: strikes, misdirection, flow, unpredictability." Gwen frowned. "So, change styles completely?" He shook his head. "No, karate's a good base, and with your natural strength, it works well. But you need to loosen it up, make it yours, stop fighting like your instructors and start fighting like Gwen." That, actually made a lot of sense. "And what's this about using all my muscle?" she asked, curious now. Naruto grinned. "Well, your brain holds back some of your muscle power, for safety, mostly. But with proper control, you can tap into more of it, not all at once, that'd hurt you, but in bursts, it adds impact." Gwen crossed her arms. "Isn't that, I don't know, dangerous?" "Totally," Naruto said without missing a beat. "If you're reckless, but I'm not gonna let you be reckless, I'll teach you to control it, fine muscle control, no chakra needed." Gwen blinked. "No chakra?" He shrugged. "Can't teach you that, you'd need to unlock it when you're younger. And from what I can tell, your chakra pool's small, real small. Even if I did try, it wouldn't be enough to use for combat." That stung more than she thought it would. Her gaze dropped for a moment. "Oh. But," Naruto added quickly, gently knocking his knuckles against her arm, "you don't need chakra to be strong. What I'm gonna teach you, it's simple, powerful, and it's all you." That made her smile again. "Oh, and I've been thinking," he said, glancing at the pile of scrap metal nearby. Once I'm done with that junk, I'll make your weapon a bow staff. Long reach, versatile, and it suits your style, you'll love it. Gwen's eyes lit up. Seriously? Naruto nodded. You'll be the strongest one in the family next to me in no time. Her chest warmed at the praise. Later, as they walked back toward the rust bucket, Gwen's thoughts drifted again. Her legs ached slightly, but it was a satisfying ache, earned, not forced. Breakfast was being made inside already, and Naruto was telling her about the first prank he ever pulled on Jiraiya, something involving paint and bathhouses. But Gwen barely heard it. She looked at him, walking ahead with his hands behind his head, blonde hair catching the sunlight, a carefree grin still tugging at his lips. She smiled quietly. Yeah, she was glad he was here. The early sun peeked over the ridgeline, low and hazy, painting streaks of soft gold over the lake's glassy surface. Mist clung to the water like a second skin, shifting lazily with the breeze. Pine trees loomed on the far side, their reflections quivering with every ripple. The dock creaked underfoot as the group made their way toward the old fishing boat waiting near the end. Naruto walked just behind the others, laptop tucked under one arm, a weathered box of scrap metal and torn wires balanced in the other. It was finally time to dig deeper into the truth behind the watch, and hopefully, find something useful buried in the alien data they'd been collecting. The weight of it all sat just beneath his skin. Answers always came slowly, but now, they were at least coming. Max led the way, both arms loaded with fishing gear, rods, a sun-faded tackle box, and a bucket full of bait he swore by. Rented the boat last night, he explained over his shoulder. Old guy by the name of Shaw been taking folks out on this lake since before I had gray hair. Ben wasn't listening. I swear I saw it last night, he burst out, practically skipping beside Gwen. Right in front of me in the water, big shadow. Glowing eyes, splashed like a torpedo hitting the water. Gwen rolled her eyes, arms crossed. You sure it wasn't just you? I'm not falling for your pranks again, Ben. She laughed it off. Max chuckled. You've got quite the imagination, Ben. Ben shot them both a look, then turned toward Naruto. You believe me, don't you? I'm not crazy. Naruto's gaze drifted to the edge of the lake, thoughtful. I've seen enough to know what we call crazy usually turns out to be real, or close enough. He adjusted the box under his arm. I'm not saying it's a sea monster, but I'm not saying it's not either. I'll keep a lookout. Ben grinned, satisfied. That's all I needed to hear. They walked a few steps more before Gwen tilted her head. Wait, why are we out here again? Max didn't break stride. Fishing, this lake's perfect for it. Quiet, deep waters, barely a current, not to mention the trout practically jump into your hands. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Ben, excited to sit still and wait for fish, that's new. Ben shrugged, clearly trying to play it cool. Hey, it's not about the fishing. If that monster's out there, I'm gonna be the one to see it. Naruto smiled faintly, thought as much. They neared the boat, an old, weather-worn vessel bobbing gently in the water. The captain, a grizzled man with sunburned cheeks and a wide straw hat, nodded at their approach. The dock groaned under their combined steps as Max started loading the supplies onto the deck. Then Gwen spoke again, this time clearly, directly to Max. I think I'll stay behind. Naruto still needs help decoding everything from that robot that attacked us when the watch first appeared. It's important. Max looked back, a little surprised. His eyes flicked between her and Naruto before his lips curled into a knowing smile. All right then, but don't say I didn't offer you the better view. Gwen's lips quirked into a faint smile. She murmured under her breath, I think I already have it. Naruto didn't catch what she said, as oblivious as ever. Max and Ben climbed aboard, the boat shifting with their weight as the captain started untying the lines. The soft putter of the engine began as the boat pulled away from the dock, leaving behind a fading trail of ripples. Naruto turned, settling the scrap box down near the edge where the wood was dry. Gwen knelt beside him, brushing her hair over one shoulder, already eyeing the laptop screen. The lake stretched out ahead, the sun glinting off the water like coins scattered in the wind, but for now, their story would stay right here, between the rustle of wires and the flicker of alien code. Naruto set the laptop down on a dry patch of dock as Gwen pulled her legs beneath her, watching curiously but not saying anything yet. The box of scrap creaked slightly as he rummaged through it, fingers brushing past old metal joints and a half-melted processor before finding what he was looking for. A scroll, old and weathered. Not one from home, this was something he'd made himself, sealed and reinforced with chakra just before they'd left the desert. He unraveled it with one smooth tug, the soft snap of parchment stretching out echoing faintly over the still water. With a practiced motion, he pressed his palm to one of the inked seals. A sudden puff of smoke burst upward. When it cleared, the remains of the robot they'd fought days ago, its scorched chassis, cracked head unit, and twisted joints, rested on the dock in front of them. Its single optic flickered faintly, a dying ember of energy clinging to life. He pulled a few cables from his bag and slid open a port in the back of the head. The metal was jagged where he had blasted through it, but it was enough. A few quick clicks later, the robot was linked to his laptop through a thick data line. The language's already been cracked, Naruto muttered, mostly to himself. Took long enough. The screen came to life with a soft green glow, code flooding across it like a waterfall. Gwen leaned over to peek but didn't interrupt. She'd learned by now when to wait for him to talk. Naruto's fingers danced across the keys, filtering, decrypting, backtracking, until a line of alien text appeared in bold across the center of the screen. Then the translator kicked in. Project Omnitrix. He narrowed his eyes. Retrieve target upon atmospheric entry. Priority Alpha. He paused. Time stamped, 5 years ago. Gwen's brow furrowed, 5 years, but Ben just found it. Exactly, Naruto said, sitting back on his heels. Which means it was here a while before he touched it, just sitting out there. Waiting. He nodded slowly. The next line caught his attention, a file path. Naruto followed it, fingers moving fast now. Another loading bar. Another stream of text. Words appeared, a map, diagrams of the watch, then, species profiles, energy signatures. Notes on atmospheric adaptation, form stabilization, DNA syncing, and then, a count, 10. Naruto stared. There's only 10 listed, he muttered. The ones Ben's turned into so far. Gwen leaned closer. Wait, that's all? No, Naruto pointed to a subtext window. Those are just the ones active. There's, hold on, he clicked again, pulling open another window. It lagged under the data weight, then flickered to life. Species available, 1,984,562,307. Gwen's jaw dropped. Wait, billion, that's a lot. Naruto didn't answer at first, he was scrolling now, faster than her eyes could follow. It's not just a tool, this thing's a library, a walking database of universal biology. The next section was messier, fragmented logs, broken code, half-corrupted transmissions. But even there, pieces stuck out, references to something called the plums. The middle part of the word was gone. A war over genetic access rights, entire civilizations fighting for the right to claim, or destroy, the watch. And a name, half-scratched from the logs. Vilg, the rest was missing. Naruto leaned back, exhaling through his nose. So much for it being just some weird alien toy. Gwen was quiet beside him. He could feel her gaze. Do we tell Ben? Naruto glanced over at her, thoughtful. Not yet, he's already got a lot riding on him. No point dropping the weight of the universe on his shoulders before breakfast. She didn't argue with that. Naruto closed the laptop slowly, letting the fan inside spin down with a faint whir. The water lapped gently against the dock. Birds had started calling from the trees behind them. Somewhere out in the mist, Max's boat was just a shadow drifting past the lake's surface. Naruto stared out at the water, mind working a mile a minute. Who sent the robot? Why wait 5 years, and more than that, who else might already know that the watch was no longer lost? He didn't like the answers that came to mind. Not one bit. The air was warm, stirred by a lazy breeze drifting off the lake. Distant birds chirped into the morning haze while the dock creaked under shifting weight. Naruto clicked his laptop shut, the glow from the screen vanishing as he leaned back against a wooden post. The head of the robot sat idle beside him, wires still faintly pulsing where they connected to his machine. All that info, downloaded. Locked tight in his system. Some of it useful. Some of it, well, stuff he'd need to unpack later. Alright, Naruto said, exhaling through his nose as he leaned over the box of scrap metal beside him. Now that's out of the way, what kind of modifications do you want for your bow staff? Gwen blinked, caught off guard. You're seriously just switching gears like that? Yeah, Naruto shrugged, reaching into the box and pulling out a long scroll. It's not like the data we got was bad, a lot of it was actually really valuable. Could help Ben, maybe help us understand what we're dealing with. But, he trailed off as he started unsealing what was left of the dismantled robot, steam hissing as the tech was laid out neatly across the dock. It also paints a big fat target on our backs. He paused, glancing her way, so I'll think on it later. Right now I want to focus on something I can control, and besides, he nudged the box with his foot. I'm not built to just sit still. Gwen gave a slow nod, fair enough, but on the dock. PSH. I'm not gonna build an advanced weaponized bow staff here. I need at least 5 days before everything's done. He counted off on his fingers. Your staff. Something for Grandpa Max. A few things for myself. He turned to the scattered remains of the bot and gestured broadly. I mean, look at this. Alien tech just sitting in front of us, and I'm not gonna let it go to waste. There was something different in his voice. A buzz. A fire. His fingers twitched at his sides like he couldn't wait to start. For the first time all day, Gwen caught a genuine smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The kind that made her smile too, without really meaning to. You're kinda excited, she said quietly. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, slightly sheepish. Yeah. Engineering became my thing once I got here. Liked building stuff. Hacking systems. Downloading blueprints from sketchy forums. I wasn't book smart, not really, but I was hands-on. YouTube did the rest. Wait. Gwen narrowed her eyes. Did you just say hacking systems? He winced. That's not the part one wanted you to hear. You hacked the Pentagon on the weekend. It was just once. For a bet. Gwen rolled her eyes, but her smirk betrayed her amusement. No wonder you graduated early. Naruto leaned back on his palms. Yeah. College came fast. Left faster. I liked it though. Not the tests, but the labs. The people. Getting to build stuff that wasn't meant to kill you. You know, unless it failed the safety test. He sighed, the energy in him dipping just a bit. It sucks sometimes. Being out of it already. Feels like I skipped something I wasn't supposed to. Gwen was quiet. Watching the reflection of the clouds shift across his laptop screen. Then he shook his head, like brushing dust off a thought, but hey, I've got alien scrap now. That's way more exciting. She gave a soft laugh, nudging his leg with her foot. So, what can you even make with that stuff? More like, what can't I make, he said, reaching for a chunk of joint plating. The bot had a full core, some intact claws, a few servos, stabilizers, and, oh, lasers. Lots of fun pointy crap. For your staff, he continued, I'm thinking something collapsible. Light. Laser tips on both ends, maybe. A shock feature if I can rig it. She raised a brow. That I'm listening. For Grandpa, maybe a shield from one of the legs. Something sturdy but light. Or maybe a shoulder blaster. Not sure he'd use it, but it's a cool backup. And for you? Gwen asked. Naruto scratched his chin. Most of it. But not in a selfish way. Just practical. He hasn't said anything yet, but I know Grandpa'd be somewhere between okay with it and ready to shut it down. Gwen, you were hesitant until now. So if I'm the only one using half this junk, I'm gonna make it count. He picked up the robot's head again and turned it over in his hands. I could use its CPU to make a kind of headset. Scanning system, like that Iron Man comic Ben always read. Detection, analysis, maybe a comlink. Gwen watched as he fell deeper into thought. His eyes flicking over parts like puzzle pieces arranging themselves. I could forge a sword out of the excess plating. Maybe kunai and shuriken too, metal that responds to my chakra. The core's dead but it still has enough framework to push and circulate energy if I tweak it. Could power all my gear. She opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again when she realized he wasn't talking to her anymore. He was just thinking. Locked in a loop of possibilities, minutes passed. Naruto? He blinked. Huh? You've been staring at that hunk of metal for like 10 minutes. Oh. He laughed lightly, rubbing the back of his head. My bad. Kinda zoned out. She smiled. You always get like this when your brain's moving a mile a minute? Only when I'm happy, he said without thinking, and for once, he didn't try to take it back. A few hours passed in a blur of metal, chatter, and possibilities. Naruto hadn't felt this eager to build in a long time. Every part Gwen asked about sparked 5 more ideas in his head: taser functions, counterweight balancing, heat insulation for the grip, and whether he could rig retractable settings without making it too bulky. She wanted something she could use without feeling like it would knock her off balance or get caught in her clothes. He listened more than he talked, which surprised even him. They sat cross-legged by the open scroll. Scrap parts gleaming under the rising sun. Sometimes Gwen pointed at a component and asked what it did, or what he could make it do. Other times she just gave a vague answer like something cool or something that won't break when I hit Ben with it, and let him brainstorm. It wasn't hard. The weird thing was, he wasn't just bouncing ideas around, he actually wanted her input. Wanted to get it right. As the sun reached its peak and the heat began to sink into the dock, Gwen finally declared, okay. Break time. We earned it. Naruto tilted his head. Break from what? You barely did anything. She smirked and stretched, arms high above her head. I helped you decode the language. No, you didn't. Doesn't matter. I claimed I did. That counts. Then she flopped back against a crate, kicking off her shoes and letting the lake breeze hit her face. Come on. Just relax for a bit. We'll get back to it. Naruto wanted to argue, but didn't. He wasn't really sure why. Anyone else, and he'd be halfway to the rust bucket by now, gear in hand. Maybe already half-built something, but with Gwen. It didn't feel like a waste of time, so he sat beside her. Let his eyes trail the shifting reflection of clouds in the water. Let the wind run through his hair and carried off the scent of pine and salt and oil. Neither of them talked much. Just sat in the silence, the kind that didn't feel awkward or empty. The dock creaked faintly beneath them. Gwen shifted, head tilting toward him. You know. This is nice. Naruto didn't respond. Not because he didn't agree, but because his eyes had locked on something in the distance. A faint ripple in the water, then came the boat horn. It cut across the lake in a deep, echoing blare, the same sound he'd heard earlier when Grandpa Max and Ben had taken off on that ridiculous lake tour. Gwen didn't even flinch. Probably just Ben again. Pulling another prank. But Naruto's gut twisted. That ripple he saw, it wasn't small. And it wasn't just the horn. Something was wrong, the surface of the water shifted again. He stood quickly, eyes narrowing. Gwen. HM? He turned just in time to see the shadow rise beneath the lake's surface. Big. Fast. Without a word, he scooped her up, arms around her back and under her legs, and launched them both off the dock with a hard kick. Hey, what the, Naruto? The dock behind them buckled with a deafening crack. A massive figure surged from the water, sending waves crashing in all directions. Spray misted over them as they landed hard on the opposite bank. Naruto crouched to absorb the impact before setting Gwen down beside him. She stood slowly, staring wide-eyed at the creature that had risen from the lake like a nightmare. It was huge. Towering. The thing buckled over most buildings along the shore, casting a long, shifting shadow. Its arms were thick and plated, too large for any real animal. A biometallic grill ran down the center of its head like an armored fin. Blue eyes glowed with an alien intensity, and from the back of its mouth extended strange, tubular mandibles, long and twitching like cables soaked in seawater. For a moment, the monster just stood there, the lake churning around its waist. Then it let out a roar that made the ground tremble. That's not Ben, Gwen whispered. No kidding, Naruto muttered, eyes still locked on the beast. So little bro had been right. There really was a sea monster out here. Naruto turned to her, quickly shifting into motion again. Stay here. I'm gonna help everyone get clear. Gwen nodded without argument, and without waiting another second, Naruto leapt off toward the shoreline, heart pounding, chakra already surging to his limbs. Time to work. By the time Naruto made it back near the shoreline, Ben was already in the thick of it. Out on the lake, a blur zipped across the water, fast, blue, and barely visible if you blinked. XLR-8's legs spun like a turbine, his sleek frame cutting across the surface of the lake with effortless speed. He was darting from half-sinking boats to frightened tourists, grabbing them with practiced ease and skimming them back to shore before vanishing again in a streak of blue light. Naruto watched for half a second, impressed. Ben made that speed look easy. Then he stepped forward onto the lake himself, chakra flowing down into his feet. The water shifted beneath his sandals, but held, as steady as stone. He took off, sprinting across the lake's surface, sending up splashes in his wake. Far ahead, the sea monster loomed, thick, wet limbs curling around the edge of a bobbing fishing boat like a cat toying with a mouse. Just as Naruto prepared to intervene, something made the creature pause. A second boat drifted past, sleeker, cleaner, probably expensive. The monster's head tilted slightly. Then it turned. It ignored the struggling fishing vessel and started drifting toward the shiny one like it was drawn in. Naruto raised an eyebrow mid-run. All right. So it's got taste. He didn't slow. XLR-8 zipped back to his side in a blur, keeping stride like a shadow. We stopping Big Ugly from hurting the friends of fish, he rasped in that fast-talking alien voice, teeth barely visible beneath his visor. Naruto glanced at him. Yeah. But who are the friends of fish? Ben gave a glitchy laugh. Long story. Naruto didn't waste breath pressing further. Instead, he reached deeper, building chakra into his legs, timing it with his next step. With a sharp crack of energy, he flash-stepped, vanishing from the water in a sudden surge of speed and reappearing yards ahead in a flicker of movement. Even XLR-8 blinked. Okay, that was cool. Naruto landed on the deck of the sleeker boat just in time to hear the monster screech and rise from the depths. It dragged its massive body half out of the water, thick limbs covered in wet, scale-like plating, dripping slime and lakeweed from its gnarled claws. Its shoulders hunched as it twisted its thick tail around. Naruto saw it coming. With barely a breath to spare, the tail snapped through the air, aiming to knock the entire boat into the lake. Naruto crouched. Not happening. He shot upward in a blur, flipping through the air before slamming his heel into the side of the creature's tail. The force cracked through it like a shockwave, blasting water outward as the tail recoiled with a sharp snap. Splashing hard into the lake, the creature screamed again, pulling back slightly, eyes flaring. Naruto dropped onto the deck of the boat, crouched and breathing steady. That thing was big, not quite summon tier, but still bigger than most of the towers around the lake. It loomed high, at least 30, 40 feet tall, the tentacle-like mandibles at the back of its mouth writhing like hoses under pressure. It didn't belong here. None of this did. Before it could act again, a sudden cyclone of water spun up between it and the boat. XLR-8, Ben zipped around the monster in tight, dizzying circles, kicking up a miniature water tornado to create distance. The creature howled again. Flinching back from the spray, "Nice one," Naruto muttered, giving Ben a nod as the blur of blue zipped back beside him. For a second, the chaos died down, then, with the sound of rushing water and shredding metal, the sea beast reappeared, this time at the rear of the boat. Its massive frame surged up from beneath like a nightmare reborn. With one great lurch, it reached over the edge of the deck and ripped the tarp off a long, tied-down crate. It bared its mandibles, those twitching, tube-like limbs, and latched onto the box, dragging it closer with a guttural hiss. "What is it doing?" Naruto muttered. Before either brother could move, one of the men aboard lunged toward the crate. Trying to save it, XLR-8 moved first. He zipped past the man in a blue flash, snatched the crate away from the monster's grasp and hurled it back toward the center of the boat, sending it skidding safely across the deck. The man staggered back. Naruto caught him by the collar and shoved him toward safety. "Get below deck. Now." Then he turned toward the monster. "All right," Naruto muttered. "You wanna go, let's go." He stepped forward, separating his chakra into its refined halves, drawing on the spiritual as water from the lake whipped up around him. His palm glowed, a Rasengan formed, then grew, water spiraled tighter and tighter around the core of the jutsu until it pulsed with churning. Dense energy. By the time it was fully formed, it was the size of a small boulder, swirling like a hurricane caught in a sphere. He didn't hesitate. Naruto launched himself toward the monster, wind and water rushing behind him, and slammed the Rasengan straight into the creature's chest. The explosion rocked the lake. Water erupted around them in a blinding column as the monster shrieked in pain, thrown backward into the depths. It vanished beneath the surface with a churning roar, sending foamy ripples across the lake as it retreated. Naruto landed back on the boat with a thud, letting the last of the water fall from his hand, breath heavy but even. Silence fell over the lake. A few seconds later, Ben jogged over, already shifting back from XLR-8, looking toward the man who had risked everything for the crate. "What was in there?" Ben asked, voice flat. "You almost got eaten trying to save it." The man rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Our lunches." Naruto turned his head slowly. "You risked your life. For sandwiches. They were really good pastrami, unbelievable." Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose, about to launch into a full-blown rant when a beep 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 broke the moment. He looked up. The Omnitrix was blinking on Ben's chest. Naruto let his hand drop, groaning inwardly. "I'm starting to hate that sound." Ben gave a shrug. "I'll go check on the other boats, people are still freaking out." Ben vanished in a blur of speed, obviously trying to make it back to the dock against his timer. Naruto stared after him for a second, then turned back to the crate, fully intact. Something felt off, but he just sighed, and then, he took off again, toward the dock, the screams, and the chaos having died down. The night had crept in fast. What little light remained clung to the lake's surface like oil, slow and heavy. The trees rustled every so often, more restless than the people still huddled around Max's fire. The attack had cleared most of them out, campers packed up early, rangers trying not to look rattled. But some stayed behind. Naruto didn't like that part. He stood off to the side, arms folded, watching a set of dark shapes drift near the far end of the lake. No lights. No motion. Just boats that didn't leave when they should have. Still. Patient, too patient. He didn't trust it. Didn't trust them. Not after what he and Ben saw under the water. Kraken attack confirmed, Ben said behind him, half wrapped in a towel, hair dripping onto his shoulders. "I think that earns me at least one." "You were right." Max didn't even glance at him. You and Shaw may have been right, don't let it go to your head. Ben scoffed, sitting on the cooler near the fire. You're seriously still on this? You saw it. Everyone saw it. I'm not denying the Kraken. Max stirred the fire with a stick, the embers glowing brighter. I'm saying I still don't trust Shaw. And I don't want you around him anymore. That hit different. Ben's posture straightened just a little. Why? His tone wasn't defensive. Just tired. Tired of being treated like he hadn't grown. You really think he's some kind of criminal mastermind? Max didn't answer immediately. No. I think he's the kind of guy you meet at a gas station off the highway, who somehow knows your name and asks too many questions about your car. Naruto glanced sideways at that. The too many secrets, not enough sanity type. Max nodded. Exactly. Ben looked between them, clearly weighing whether to push it. He seemed more obsessed than shady, honestly. Naruto shrugged. Sometimes there's not much of a difference. Even so, he already knew how this was going to go. It was half an hour later when Naruto spotted Ben heading toward the dock again. He didn't call out. Just followed, quiet, steady, hands in his jacket pockets. He caught up just as Ben stepped onto Shaw's boat. No one else in sight. The lake was darker now, the sky cloudy, moonlight threading through in thin slivers. You knew I'd come, Ben said, not surprised at all, I figured. Naruto kept his voice even. Didn't feel like letting you board a stranger's boat alone. Especially not this stranger. Shaw's voice came from the helm. Figured one of you might show up again. He turned, still in that ratty vest and oil-stained hat, and looked them over like a man who hadn't decided if they were guests or problems. You sticking around or planning to toss me overboard? Ben spoke first. We just want to help. You were right, remember? Shaw grunted. Yeah, and now it's about time I prove it beyond grainy footage and panic. I'm going in. He pulled on a scuba suit with the kind of motion that said he'd done this 100 times. Reached for a harpoon gun like it was second nature. This your dive buddy? Naruto asked, eyebrow raised, only one I trust not to panic when the Kraken shows up. He strapped the gear, didn't wait for a reply, and slipped off the side of the boat like a shadow vanishing beneath the surface. Underwater, it was colder than Naruto expected. The light was distant, but not gone. A dull green haze filtered from the surface above, and all sound was swallowed by the pressure. They descended fast. Shaw was already ahead of them, scanning the deep with his harpoon cocked tight against his chest. Ben moved in close. Naruto's eyes never left the old man's hands. Then, it shifted. The water darkened as something massive passed above, just the edge of it, the shape distorted, and then they saw it, not the Kraken. Not this time, a nest, or something close. Half buried in stone, framed in strands of lakeweed. An egg. Yellowed and thick-shelled, with faint patterns across its surface that pulsed like veins. Ben stared at it. Naruto felt his gut tighten. They didn't need words to know what it meant. When they broke the surface again, Shaw hauled himself up first. Naruto stayed low in the water, hand on Ben's chest to stop him. Another boat was alongside Shaw's now, black, quiet, unfamiliar. Too quiet, then came the voices. Bit late for a swim, isn't it? A masked figure leaned over the edge. Lake diving's dangerous. Unless you weren't alone. Shaw's voice was dry. Don't have friends. Not surprising, the masked man said, waving to his team. Hold him. Naruto's eyes narrowed. They weren't just divers. These guys moved like professionals. Military. Corporate, wrong, the lead man stepped closer. Removing his mask, Ben muttered under his breath. Jonah. Naruto exhaled through his nose. So that's who was behind this. Jonah crouched beside Shaw, voice calm. We don't want anything from you. Just answers. I didn't see anything. Jonah smiled. Then you won't mind if we check your memory the hard way. Naruto was about to move. His hand tensed. Ben stopped him with a glance, Omnitrix glowing red, out of power. Naruto bit back a curse. They had to wait. Just a little longer. Jonah waved his crew to the other boat. We'll take him back to the cannery. Figure out what he knows. We'll come back for the egg later. Mini-subs prepped. That made Naruto flinch, they knew. And they had tech no local group should have had, high grade, sleek, fast. As they boarded, one of the masked men tossed a blinking square onto Shaw's boat. Ben blinked. Is that bomb? Naruto said flatly. High-tech, old model. Black market special. The boat pulled away. Naruto grabbed Ben and yanked them both down just before the explosion went off. Heat. Water. The muffled crack of wood and flame, debris rained as they resurfaced, gasping for air. Ben looked down at the Omnitrix. Green again, he smirked. Looks like it's hero time. Naruto just raised an eyebrow, water dripping from his hair. That took you long enough. With a shimmer of green light, Ben's body distorted and shifted, spindly limbs stretched outward. Sleek black carapace replacing skin as 4 translucent wings snapped out from his back. His face elongated into an insectoid mask, eyes bulging large and milky blue. When the light faded, Stingfly hovered where Ben had been, his wings buzzing with a high-pitched drone that made Naruto's ears twitch. All right, Ben said, his voice now a wet, gurgling rasp through alien vocal cords. Try not to barf when we bank. Naruto gave a quick scoff but didn't argue. He leapt lightly onto Stingfly's back, crouched low to avoid throwing off balance. Just don't get us killed. Stingfly zipped forward, wings humming as they carved a sharp line through the sky. Below them, the company's sleek military-style boat tore through the lake, clearly not some standard fishing vessel. It churned waves into the dark water as it tried to outrun them, but it was pointless. Ben narrowed his eyes. They've got nowhere to go. He shouted down toward the boat. It's over. You're not getting away with this. A burst of gunfire cut through the night. Ben jerked midair, wings twisting hard to the right as bullets zipped past. Okay, rude. Naruto gripped tighter, already channeling chakra into his feet to stay steady. You think they're the friendly type now? Ben didn't answer. Instead, he retaliated. Stingfly's bug-like eyes glowed green before releasing thick, mucus-like strands of acidic goop. The substance hit the boat with a wet splat, pinning 2 of the shooters flat against the hull as they struggled beneath the gunk. But Jonah, Naruto's eyes scanned, wasn't among them. Before they could close in, several small barrels were tossed overboard. Bright red. Metallic. Drifting. What the hell? Naruto started, then one exploded. The blast threw heat and lake water in every direction, forcing Ben to veer upward. Another detonated just beneath them, the pressure nearly folding Stingfly's wings. Their minds. Ben yelled, trying to climb higher. You believe these guys? The next explosion hit close, too close. A tree on the lakeside cracked and fell, the force sending it toppling into the water with a splash big enough to drench them both. One of Stingfly's wings took the full brunt, suddenly. They weren't flying anymore. Ben's flailing limbs struggled to stay upright as they dipped, Naruto already shifting his weight. We're going down. They splashed hard, Naruto catching Stingfly and pulling him up before he could sink. As the boat looped around again like a predator circling its prey, Naruto shifted fast. Hang on, he said, hefting Ben over his shoulder. The bug alien was heavier than he looked. Then Naruto sprinted, feet smacking onto the surface of the lake, chakra keeping him above water. He darted forward, weaving between sprays of gunfire, every breath tense. How long till your wings dry? He shouted over his shoulder, I don't know. Ben groaned, his voice still in that gurgled alien pitch. You wanna borrow a towel mid-firefight? Another shot ricocheted off the water nearby. Naruto ducked, twisting mid-step. Wouldn't say no. As the boat circled for a tighter shot, Naruto pivoted to the side, heart pounding. Just before another volley could connect, a strand of green slime shot from Stingfly's mouth, latching onto a half-submerged tree limb. With one hard pull, they both launched into the air and landed roughly on the branch, out of the line of fire for now. The boat passed. For the moment, they'd lost them. Ben started flapping his wings, droplets spraying off. Okay. We're good. You're not a bad pack mule, by the way. Next time, Naruto said dryly. You get to run while I nap. Ben buzzed his wings, rising unsteadily. All aboard. Naruto climbed back on. They flew low and fast, scanning until they spotted a floating figure in the water, Captain Shaw, arms weakly paddling to stay afloat. Ben dipped, groaning from the weight as Naruto grabbed the man by the collar and hauled him up. You weigh a lot less than I expected, Naruto muttered to Shaw as they climbed altitude. Shaw coughed, but didn't argue. By the time they approached the camp, the sky had deepened into a purple blue. The lake shimmered beneath them, silent now, as if none of the chaos had happened. The Rust Bucket's RV lights glowed warm and dim against the dusk. Max must have set up camp. As they got close, Naruto heard it, the familiar warning sound of the Omnitrix. Red flashes pulsed from Stingfly's chest. Oh no, Ben muttered, flapping harder, but right before they touched down, the flash triggered. Green light surged, and Stingfly's body collapsed midair, shrinking, limbs retracting, wings vanishing. Ben turned human again. Ah. Shaw and Ben both crashed into the makeshift tarp Max had strung up earlier, cushioning the fall with a loud groan. Naruto wasn't so lucky. He hit grass with a solid thud, his breath escaping in a loud grunt. Stars blinked in his vision. He laid there a second, staring up at the darkening sky as his lungs fought for air. Yeah, he rasped. I really hate that sound. The wind off the lake still clung to their skin as Ben and Naruto stood before the others, water drying in patches on their clothes. Shaw had taken a seat near the edge of the camp, still wringing out his coat, while Max crossed his arms, concern lining his face. It wasn't attacking just to attack, Ben said, voice steady but hoarse from exhaustion. It was protecting something, eggs. Naruto nodded, eyes flicking to the lake. It didn't go after us until we got close to the nest. The creature's maternal. Not aggressive. Unless provoked. Provoked by people like Jonah, Ben added, arms gesturing toward Shaw. He said they called themselves Friends of Fish. Gwen scoffed, her tablet already in hand. There's no organization by that name. I checked. She looked up, her eyes sharp. But I did find something on Jonah Melville. Naruto turned to her. That name again. Poacher, Gwen continued. Not just any kind. He traffics exotic species, endangered ones. Sells them to collectors. Government's been after him for years but he keeps slipping through cracks. Probably pays off the right people. Naruto's expression darkened. That crate we saw on the company boat. He must have had one of the eggs. Ben's jaw tightened. So what, he was gonna sell it? He was gonna steal a mother's kid, Naruto said coldly. It was all Max needed to hear. They took Shaw's backup boat, cutting across the water toward the only structure still standing in the lake's far corner, a rust-red fish cannery, long defunct, now humming with illegal life. The building jutted out over the water like a crooked finger, supported by old beams that dipped into the lake. A wide steel ladder reached from the dock to a grated catwalk above. The boat drifted in under the building's shadow, engines killed. Naruto stood first, water droplets sliding down his arms. He stared up at the looming structure, silent. We go in quiet, he finally said. Max, Gwen, you're with me. Ben. The younger brother nodded, already tightening the dial on the Omnitrix. Take care of the Friends of Fish. Got it. The device lit up, neon green burning through mist and cloud. With a flash and a hiss of energy, Ben's body twisted and stretched, limbs elongating, skin smoothing into slick green scales. He let out a deep breath, gills flaring open as translucent fins unfolded along his arms and spine. His mouth split into a toothy maw, eyes narrowing under a bioluminescent glow, ripped jaws. He dove into the water without a word, vanishing beneath the surface like a missile. Naruto barely had time to track the ripples before he turned to the ladder. The inside of the cannery was a metallic maze, rows of long-forgotten machinery now serving as cover for crates with no markings. Conveyor belts hung suspended like skeletal arms, and high above, mechanical hooks still creaked along rusted tracks, some of them swaying with recent use. Naruto moved up front, every sense alert. Gwen and Max flanked behind him, eyes scanning for movement. Then the walls trembled, just slightly, like a deep rumble passing through steel. "That's not good," Gwen whispered. Naruto frowned. "Hopefully Ben," he muttered, but he didn't believe it. They moved deeper. Footsteps silent. Then, "Stop right there." A poacher emerged from the shadows, gun drawn. Naruto didn't blink. He shifted forward and swept the man's legs in one move, his palm catching the barrel and twisting it from the man's hand. A swift roundhouse to the jaw sent the poacher crumpling to the floor. Naruto exhaled once, sharp. "Keep moving." But another poacher was already behind him, gun aimed at the back of his head. "Down." Max's voice. Gwen leapt forward, catching a nearby hook. In one swift swing, she collided with the poacher midair while Max barreled into him from behind. The gun clattered away, and Naruto ducked instinctively. They kept going, deeper into the structure, until they hit the end. A wide glass panel overlooked the lake beyond, where the horizon had gone dark. They saw it all at once, through fog, water spray, and steel silhouettes. Jonah stood knee-deep in the shallows in a reinforced sun suit. The bulky exoskeleton was made for pressure resistance, chrome-plated, with tanky legs and thick arms that ended in clamp-like claws. One of those claws was holding a capsule. Inside, 2 shimmering eggs. Ben was already there, locked in a desperate struggle with the suit. The Kraken's massive form circled just beneath, confused, enraged. The water boiled from movement. Naruto's scowl tightened. "They're dropping into the lake," Gwen said, horror in her voice. Naruto didn't wait. He climbed to the edge of the window and dove, cold hit like a punch to the ribs. The pressure was immediate, but he adjusted with chakra, forcing it to his limbs as he kicked downward. Jonah and Ripjaws were in a brutal struggle, Ben's claws scraping at the arms of the suit, trying to wrench the capsule free. Jonah let the container go, deliberately, before slugging Ben in the chest with both mechanical fists. Ben slammed into the lake bed, stunned. Naruto surged forward, grabbing for the eggs, but something massive rammed into him sideways. His vision spun. He tumbled backward and barely caught himself. The Kraken. Her massive eye fixed on him. She didn't know they were trying to help. She only saw threats. Naruto dodged a lashing tentacle and flipped away, surfacing briefly for breath. He inhaled and gasps, coughing. "Damn." Then he dove again. Jonah was already after the eggs. Naruto kicked down with renewed fury. Ben recovered, swimming in from the side, his form flickering as he shifted shape mid-swim, legs transforming into a long fin tail. He bit into Jonah's suit arm, metal screeching under pressure. Jonah swung him away again. Naruto launched 2 shadow clones. One collided with Jonah's back, the other used the momentum to rocket Naruto forward. They hit him in tandem, Ben clawing, Naruto kicking. Jonah still clutched the capsule. Then, suddenly, he let go, again, just long enough to slam both suit arms into them. Naruto felt the shock rattle his bones. His chakra flared in panic as he and Ben hit the lake floor, hard. The pressure crushed in. Air fled his lungs. He grunted. "Move. Breathe. Move." Ben lashed out with a chain from his wrist, tangling one of Jonah's arms and slamming him into the seabed. Naruto used the gap to swim upward, bursting into air. He coughed violently, then, grit in his teeth, he dove again. This time he didn't stop. he landed on Jonah from above, pummeling down with full weight. The suit sparked on impact, and Naruto formed a Rasengan, spiraling energy glowing even underwater. He shoved it into the joint of Jonah's torso plate. It detonated with a dull boom. The suit cracked open. Naruto grabbed the man by his collar and ripped him free. Ben, beside him, had already secured the eggs. He clutched the capsule to his chest as he kicked toward the glowing nest far below. The Kraken hovered in the murk, massive and wary, but her body language had changed. She didn't attack, not this time. Naruto watched Ben lower the eggs gently into the nest, the flickering glow returning to calm. The sea creature curled around them protectively, no longer thrashing, no longer crying out. The battle was over. Jonah Melville floated unconscious in Naruto's grasp, and this time, the lake was silent. That's it for today. I hope you liked the video. Please like and subscribe, and comment ideas if you can, and maybe you could share this with your friends, because you never know, they might like what ifs too. So without further ado, All Kage, out.